All right, folks, we have a tornado warning across northern parts of Indiana. You can see right there in North Judson right now that we want to talk about to start out. We are going to focus on that for a moment, and then I want to talk about some of the tornado warnings down south because I think I counted over 20 tornado warnings across parts of Missouri, Illinois, Arkansas, and Tennessee. I think even down into parts of Mississippi, John, that we'll talk about. And then I will get into an updated forecast for the central Indiana area, the Indy Metro area, guys, that we will chat about. And so I've got meteorologist John Kemper with me here. He will be keeping an eye on any new potential warnings that are coming out and giving you all updates on what he's seen. But I want to talk about this signal, John, that we're seeing here in North Judson because we have a pretty good signal for a rotation here. It's a messy line, there's no doubt about it, but a couple of spots in here of some rotation showing up in this tornado warning that you all can see right here. So I actually kind of see two areas of rotation, if you will, with this right through here. And then there's maybe some broad rotation in here to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, these storms are really starting to get going here, Brett. We had a little bit of a pause there to start this event, but it seems like the line and some of these segments is really starting to come together here.
For sure. So, guys, if you're in this tornado warned area, it's including areas kind of along State Road 14, all the way out through State Road through 39 there, North Judson, Bass Station, Clarks, Ripley, guys, Knox, all of these areas under a tornado warning. This goes for the next 19 minutes. It's radar indicated, so it hasn't been confirmed at this point, but I'd say given the rotation signal, there's certainly the potential to drop a tornado with this storm. And along with that, you're also going to have a $50 sized hail. And I think the hail is something that will probably become pretty common with these cells as they push through the area. We ended up with the atmosphere at the surface a little bit drier this afternoon than modeled, and I think that's part of the reason that we haven't gotten as much of those discrete cells to form out ahead of this main line. And because of that, because of some of the drier air, it makes it a little more difficult, a little more evaporative cooling for these hailstones to melt as they work towards the surface. And so I certainly think that the hail will continue to be an issue with these storms as it moves in, along with the wind, which we will talk about here in a little bit further to the south as well. So again, our main concern right now is with this tornado warning right here. That is kind of moving through North Judson towards Clarks, Madairyville, kind of just east of there in this particular region. And again, this goes for the next 17 minutes. So out through, it looks like 7:45 Eastern time. I believe these counties here are on Eastern time. Just west of there is on Central time. But we're starting to see, you can almost see maybe even a little rotation down here, John, just east of I-65. We're starting to see parts of this line come up with some rotation. And even though that it's messier looking, there's enough wind energy, especially as we get the low-level jet to ramp up. I'm concerned about continued rotating storms as we start to work these further and further into Indiana. So here's a wider view of northern Indiana right now. You can see it's really not super organized looking, but just enough of an environment here to support this tornado warning. And I would imagine, based off some of these signals that we're seeing, that this could be expanded as this storm continues to push further to the east. We'll come back to that there in a second and look at an update. I want to scroll down here a little bit further south in eastern Illinois, where we have numerous tornado warnings and numerous severe thunderstorm warnings as well, because if we put the radar into motion, and I will just go into one radar zoom here so it's a little bit easier to see, these will be the storms that work their way towards central Indiana here by the time we work towards 9:30, 10 o'clock or so, maybe even a little bit faster than that. And so these are the ones that I think we really need to keep an eye on out here. And you can see all of the tornado warnings. Look at this, John. I mean, they are just stacked up here from northern Arkansas. We've got them here in 1, 2, 3, 4 in southeast Missouri, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here through southern parts of Illinois, just south of Effingham. And so this line certainly means business. And I would say that it's starting to get more and more organized. And if we click on this here, we can also see we have a considerable damaging wind threat with these. That's 70-mile-per-hour winds. And so if we pause this here for a second and we kind of map this out, we can look here at this. This is kind of the general direction. We are, let me go back to put a mileage on this here. We are about, 150 miles out from the core of some of these storms, I would say, for kind of the Indy metro area, which, again, I think with the current speed would put them here at what, 9:45, 10 o'clock, John?
Yep.
So continuing to kind of scroll through here, I want to roll this down into parts of Arkansas and into parts of Tennessee because this is where we've really started to see these supercells develop. Look at all of these supercells here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 supercells that I can see, and then these embedded supercells. We've got numerous tornado warnings down here. I'm going to switch over to the clarity radar for a second because I want to show you a couple of these down here that are now confirmed tornadoes. Confirmed tornadoes for northeast Arkansas and southeast Missouri right now. And so let me switch my screen share, and then we
And
will show you a couple of these. Yes, John.
yeah, and as Brett's switching there, just something to emphasize as well, especially when we're looking at all these supercells down here in eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee. Guys, this is something that we usually will only see once every few years. You know, this is not a common type of event where you're getting all of the multitude of these supercells in one area. So definitely a significant situation down here, each one of them hooking, each one of them capable and have been producing actively tornadoes here. So if you were down in that region here, and yeah, Brett, each one of those cells looks like they show no signs of stopping here.
Yeah, so this particular cell here, that is just south of Jonesboro, Arkansas. This is an observed tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado. It was confirmed by law enforcement, a damaging tornado. In fact, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Greenfield. If we turn on the rotation tracks here for a second to get an idea of where this is going to be moving, you can see really, really strong rotation likely passing across the interstate 555 corridor here just south of Jonesboro, or working towards between Bay and Truman here. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here just south of Jonesboro, Arkansas. And then we have another confirmed tornado here. We can click on this. Again, another particularly dangerous situation tornado. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 9 miles west of Advance, moving east at 50 miles an hour. And again, working towards a pretty populated area. Once it crosses the I-55 corridor here and hits the border of Missouri and Illinois, pretty decent sized city here. And so, these storms, they mean business right now. Look at all the tornado warnings. And what I am interested in, John, and there is a new tornado warning that's heading towards South Bend. So I'll wrap this discussion up and head back to the north here in a moment. But I'm starting to see some of these cells develop here near Paducah and kind of across northern Tennessee. I do think that we need to watch to see if some of these can continue to get their act together and produce a supercell threat out ahead of this main line across southern and central Indiana as it moves in, say maybe especially Bloomington, Greenwood, Columbus, eventually Evansville and the Louisville Metro area as well, out ahead of this main line.
Yeah, absolutely, Brett. And I think the other thing to keep in mind too is this has been one of the risks that we have been, discussing, especially over the past couple of days with this. And while we didn't see a lot of these cells develop, completely just out ahead, like several hours in advance of the line, even if the cells are only 20, 30, 40 miles out ahead of it, still going to pose some risks here. So yeah, this new warning that just got issued here for St. Joseph, Stark, Marshall, LaPorte counties here, your specific cities that includes are going to be North Liberty, Walkerton, Mishawaka, and just the south side of South Bend here, just south of looks like just south of Notre Dame. So let me double check that here.
Yeah, this
yes.
this is moving right towards Notre Dame and probably just south of the campus, I would imagine, but heading close to South Bend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks like Brett, this particular cell has had a history of what we like to call cycling here a little bit. So it's rotating. It tries to put down a tornado. It lifts back up, then it tries to come back down here. So I would say that as this activity continues to push to the northeast here, in addition to the risk of a potential tornado here, definitely going to be dealing with some wind gusts of 70 miles per hour as this pushes over to the northeast. So if you're in the path of the storm, definitely seek shelter here. I think that, even we need to keep an eye just to the southeast of North Judson. Again, here, there's another couplet that may try to form here as well, Brett. I think that's another risk just kind of along this storm line as a whole.
Yeah, and kind of as we mentioned a few moments ago, this line in general just showing some signs of rotation. This is up by the warm front, and you can get some rotating storms close to the warm front. And now we're getting a lot of convection kind of firing. Finally, we've been waiting for this all afternoon, but you can start to see more and more of these storms develop. These storms start to get more organized, and so certainly, if you were in South Bend and areas just to the south and to the southwest of South Bend out towards Kankakee and Knox, take shelter right away. This is just north of Plymouth. Plymouth, right along State Road 31, that connects Plymouth to South Bend. And so be getting into your shelter place right now. Basement and interior room. The rotation signal isn't the strongest that I've ever seen. As you mentioned, it's kind of cycled in and out. It will strengthen, it will weaken, but it's had a history of doing that. And so this thing could strengthen right back really quickly as it heads towards South Bend. And so I certainly want to be in your shelter spot right now if you are in these areas. Now, guys, we're getting a ton of questions right now just about specific areas. I'm not going to be able to go through and answer, for each specific spot. And I do want to focus on the areas that are in a dangerous situation right now in terms of tornado warnings. And so please bear with us as we go through this and we monitor the tornado warnings to ensure that we are keeping people safe in these areas. I know that you all would want us to do the same if there was a tornado warning for your location. And so we will touch on the forecast for other areas, but I do want our primary focus to be on these tornado warned areas when they're active. And so just something to keep in mind. We're going to be streaming probably off and on through the next 3 or 4 hours at least. And so just be patient. We will get to it. But I'm not going to be able to go through and answer every single person's question. Regardless, I appreciate your support. I appreciate you being on, and share, tag a friend. Let's help keep as many people safe this evening as we possibly can.
Yeah, and Brett, right now I just double checked our tornado warning count. We're at 21 active tornado warnings at this time here, stretching all the way from Madison, Wisconsin to South Bend, and then all the way down towards Texas, northeastern Texas here. So we've got a very unfortunately healthy system here that's capable of producing a lot of these storms. And I think, again, you're zooming in exactly here where I think we need to visit a couple of these scattered supercells here. Yeah, those are the ones that we need to keep an eye on, especially if you're in southeastern Illinois, southwestern Indiana. Those are the ones that can move ahead of the line here. And while they're still developing, there's definitely seen some indications of large hail and rotation. I do think that as we start to see that rotation increase, wouldn't surprise me, Brett, to see even 2 or 3 of these go tornado warned here.
There it is.
About roughly, there we go. Yeah, roughly an hour ahead of that main line here. So let's take a look here at that cell.
Yeah, so here's this is what we were concerned about. So these cells, I do think that we need to keep a very, very close eye on them. If we put this into motion, guys, and I am talking about keeping an eye on them as they work into Indiana. So be paying attention here. Look at the movement. They're moving, southwest to northeast rapidly here. And I think that we need to keep an eye on this corridor in here, guys. If I had to draw an area kind of through this area as these supercells develop, we need to be keeping a very, very close eye on how these evolve as they push closer and closer to Indiana. Evansville, I think eventually kind of towards Terre Haute, Bedford, Bloomington, Mitchell, and eventually perhaps even towards Johnson County, Bartholomew County, Marion County. We need to watch these cells. This isn't the main line, but there could be some supercells out ahead of it. I think the key here, John, and maybe that we can start timing out here soon is, does the main line get to us first before these supercells do? That'll kind of depend, will ultimately help determine the eastward or the westward extent of these cells.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I don't know, Brett. My gut says that Indy might be able to avoid at least some of those ugly ones southwest of Evansville, but it's hard to say at this point. I think either way, for those of you, because I am seeing a lot of questions out of central Indiana and southern Indiana right now. This isn't about whether or not you get a severe storm in terms of whether the scattered ones hit you. There is a line coming. You are going to see severe weather for sure. That is not a question at this time. So right now, what we are discussing is the scattered cells out ahead that would pose a little bit more of a stronger tornado risk versus just a damaging wind embedded tornado. So just wanted to keep that all in perspective here. And yeah, it looks like is that a new tornado emergency that just got
Yeah,
issued
this is
here,
a
Brett?
tornado emergency just east of Jonesboro, Arkansas. I'm going to go back to the single site radar here. We'll turn on the closest radar site if I can get it to pull up. I seem to have angered it. Give me 1 second, guys. Sometimes this can be a little finicky. Let me go back and forth and see if I can get this to work here. Okay, give me 1 moment, guys, while I restart this. I'm going to switch over to Clarity.
I would say at this point, it looks like we're at 23 active tornado warnings here. But yeah, these storms especially starting to exit. So we've got Truman, looks like Leachville, Gosnell area here, northeastern Arkansas. They're starting to enter more towards that boot of Missouri and far western Tennessee here. So that's where that line of about 5 supercells followed by another severe line of tornadic supercells starting to push northeast. So I would say at this point, very easily, based on looking at radar here, Brett, that is definitely on the ground. It looks fairly large at this point based on the rotation that I'm seeing here. It is a nasty tornado from what I can see. So
yeah, the verbiage on here, again, it's a tornado emergency. The verbiage on here is catastrophic with this, which you don't see that often. I'll click on this. Confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Lake City, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And they even said hazard here, deadly tornado, which kind of makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, because you never want to see verbiage like that. And so extremely dangerous situation here in Arkansas right now, moving into the boot heel of Missouri, and eventually we'll be moving this into northwestern Tennessee. I would imagine this is a long track tornado, and so we will need to be keeping an eye on this as this moves to the north and to the east. I'm still trying to get our radar platform, well, not our radar platform, Radar Omega back up, and it's giving me a bad gateway. It's completely down. So I wonder if their server has just been completely overloaded. So we may have to get an alternative, an alternative to that. I'll keep trying to mess around with that and see if we can get some other options there. But again, tornado emergency. We have 3 confirmed tornadoes here. I also saw we have a new confirmed tornado in central Illinois. Again, this is one to keep a very close eye on, because we turned this loop on, and you can see it's moving northeast. This cell in particular that's embedded within this line, it will be working into central Indiana. And so, the next areas to watch with this line that has had a history of producing tornadoes will be areas like Sullivan and Terre Haute. If we can get some timing on that, John, if you could maybe check on that real quick while I
look here.
To battle with the radar.
Yeah, I do got some additional timing here for you. Brett, I'm gonna go ahead and actually share my screen here.
Go for it.
To show you. This is a product. I'm sure many of you have heard us mention these before, but this is a Nowcast, something that we issue here at BAM Weather to kind of provide more up-to-date timing here for our clients out in the path of these storms. I'm sharing this here with you now. Let me let's see. Okay, there, we can see it now here as well. So this is what's about ready to go out here for the ETA of severe storms. This is the band stretching from Charleston all the way down towards Effingham, Mount Vernon. And in terms of our latest time here, and you can see, I know that we have that classic divide between Central Time and Eastern Time here. Tyler did a good job highlighting that here so that we all can see this here. But right now, in terms of the timing, it's something that we need to keep an eye on here, especially as it pushes to the east. I think the damaging wind risk, as it's an very organized line of storms, is definitely going to be paramount here. Likely some 70-mile-per-hour plus mixed in there, but some embedded tornadoes as well. going to be in play. So to take this through with you, just east of Terre Haute and Vigo County around 7:30 p.m. Central Time, start to get a little bit more towards the west side of Indianapolis, close to 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So for those of you on this line living here, that's the general timing that we are looking at here. Again, this is subject to change by 15, 20 minutes or so, but that's the latest in terms of timing. We do not favor it to weaken before it gets to central Indiana. So it's definitely a situation where with the damaging winds and large hail tornado potential, we still think that's going to maintain as it pushes to the east. One other thing I do want to mention here, because I've been getting some questions about, well, we see clouds now, and does that mean that that's going to decrease the severe risk? At this point, we've had enough instability, which essentially is storm fuel, build out ahead, that I don't think that's going to affect things much here. These clouds that are actually forming out ahead are actually more or less related to the storms that are from the west. So it's as the whole system expands over, just at this point not seeing really, Brett, any type of weakening signals, I would say, as it gets more towards Indianapolis.
No, yeah, I think at this point the damage, so to speak, is already done in terms of the environment. I'm going through here and looking at some of these tornadoes. Gosh, the tornado on the ground in Caraway, Arkansas right now is absolutely massive.
Yeah, check out these rotation tracks here. It's off the scale that we have here on Clarity, Brett, right by Lake City and where it's moving to the northeast.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get an image of this tornado, or at least a screenshot, and see if I can share it with you all, because it's one of the bigger tornadoes, to be completely honest, that I've seen. Let's see here.
I want to address another question I saw just coming out here. So we are seeing some activity, some scattered downpours, a few storms from, more towards the Muncie area, just south of Fort Wayne. Right now, that is not severe. It's not posing any type of strong storm risks. It is moving through a favorable environment for some severe weather. So again, that's definitely going to be an area that we're going to have to watch as it moves to the east, but those cells so far are fairly young. So I think we have at least, I don't know, probably another 30, 45 minutes before we start to be a little bit more concerned about those. We'll keep an eye on them. But back to northern Indiana here, we still have that active tornado warning. And looking at it on my end, I'm still seeing some rotation with it as it's pushing more towards the south side of the South Bend area here. One other note I do want to mention, as it's still light outside, whether you're in Indiana, towards Illinois area, or even Arkansas, these particular types of setups and cells, you are not, 99% of the time, you are not going to be able to see the tornado. And that is because the amount of moisture that is being wrapped in front of these storms and these cells, most of them, is going to essentially cause the tornado to be rain wrapped very quickly. So definitely, this is not a situation in which you go stand out on your back porch and say, well, I don't see the tornado, everything's fine. It's definitely a situation in which, when you see the tornado warning that's been issued for your specific location, that you seek shelter immediately, and that you make sure that your family and others in the community are safe. So just something I wanted to emphasize here, especially as we continue to track this activity as it pushes in from the east here.
Yeah, for sure. And John, I can take back over here for a moment and show you all the latest with the South Bend tornado, the tornado warning that is heading towards South Bend, Indiana. So got the radar Omega back up and running. And
Brett, just to tell you real quick here too, just to the west of Terre Haute, they just put a new tornado warning out for Marshall area.
Perfect. We'll touch on that too. So again, guys, here's a look at the warning here. Heading towards South Bend, I would say that the rotation is starting to get a little bit washed out. Based off of this, I wouldn't necessarily expect for this warning to be continued. We'll keep an eye on it to see if the rotation can tighten again. But for now, I don't see a major concern of this being extended into the the Notre Dame campus. But I do think worth keeping an eye on. And certainly, if you're still in this area, if you're still under the warning, continue to take shelter at least until that has been expired. I want to go down here because this is an area, again, that I think that we need to monitor very, very carefully. We'll head out here, turn on the Indianapolis radar, and take a look at this. Let me go to... we still may be having some problems here, John. I'm wondering if there's just so many people right now using this platform that it is, there we go. Okay. So Here's the tornado warning right now, just west of Terre Haute, Indiana, guys. And so if we take a look here, we can see kind of these notches. So if you were with us on Sunday, we had a lot of this, of these little notches in the storm. You can kind of see where these set up, and you get starting to get a whole bunch of them along this line, which is why we have now 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings
Yep.
just west of the Illinois-Indiana border. If we take a look at some of the rotation, some of the velocity scans to see if we can take a look here. This is riding right along the I-70 corridor, and you can kind of see here, guys, where this rotation is. It's right in here where we get these differences in colors. And again, moving to the north and to the east, need to be keeping a very close eye on this along and north of the I-70 corridor here. That eventually is going to include areas like Terre Haute, like Harrison, and then of course we need to be monitoring a new severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds, by the way, all the way out to the border. But we need to be monitoring these tornado warned storms as well as this line continues to get its act together. And by the way, John, as you mentioned earlier, this entire line is warned at this point, whether it's a tornado warning or whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning. The entire line that's moving towards central and southern Indiana is warned for either severe thunderstorms with damaging winds, hail, or tornadoes at this point. And so this is certainly something that I know it's been quiet to this point. We haven't had a lot of those storms firing out ahead of the line, but it's very much at this point game on with this line moving to the east. We need to be taking this very, very seriously as this moves into our area.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely, Brett. And I think it's also important to highlight at this point, which you just somewhat did here. When you get put under severe thunderstorm warning tonight, it would be highly recommended that, even though it's not a tornado warning, still seek shelter in an interior room, because most of these severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be for 60 to 80 mile per hour gusts as it pushes from west to east here. We'll fine tune that a little bit more here in a bit as the line gets more organized, but just heed all warnings is our main point here.
Yeah, so a couple of things, guys. We have numerous confirmed tornado warnings at this point. If I hop back over real quick to the Clarity platform, I'm going to show you a couple of things, showing you the confirmed tornado warnings, and I also want to show you a picture of that tornado that was confirmed, and you know the hazard of catastrophic and considerable damage over here. So let me show you that first. So in Northeast Arkansas, here's a look at that tornado, just a huge tornado. I just pulled this from Twitter. Somebody had posted it, and so a massive tornado in Northeast Arkansas. This was our concern this morning. In that higher risk area, we were concerned about these intense and violent tornadoes that could be longer tracked. And I think that's exactly what's setting up here right now in Northeast Arkansas and eventually moving into western parts of Tennessee. We also have another confirmed tornado warning here. That is moving from southeast Missouri and into western Illinois right now. And you can see here, this is an observed tornado with considerable danger and considerable damage threats. And so confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Dutchtown, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. It already has reported damage with this near Delta. And again, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that is moving across the Missouri-Illinois border right now. And all of these, again, if we put this into motion, guys, look at the motion on this. This is moving northeast. And so this is going to eventually kind of move into that area. We were concerned about southwest Indiana needing to be in that higher risk area. And based off of this, John, I definitely think there's cause for concern for southwest Indiana, Evansville, Vincennes, Jasper, and of course, western Kentucky, as this line and these storms move east. They have a history already of producing tornadoes, and now we've got this line here as well, confirmed tornado in Newton, Illinois. We can click on this, damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. Now, this one in particular is a radar confirmed tornado, and I would imagine, and I think the concern as this line moves east is that these are rain wrapped. And so it's going to be very, very difficult to see. If you're seeing this tornado, it's probably on top of you, which is not good. And so this is not a line to go out and chase, to go out and try to see. You're not going to be able to see it. it's not going to be good. And it's going to be on top of you before you even realize that it's happening if you're trying to actually spot this and track it. And so I would just recommend not even worrying about trying to do that. We'll go based off of radar confirmed tornadoes and damage reports and whatnot. If we turn on the rotation tracks here, guys, you can see this line certainly in multiple different spots producing rotation, and this will be on the Illinois-Indiana border here probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And so, again, Terre Haute down towards Prairie Creek, Sullivan, Vincennes, all of these areas need to be monitoring this line very, very carefully as these storms move east because they do have a history of producing tornadoes.
Yeah, and something else to put in perspective too. Michael mentioned this earlier in one of the streams, but on the technical side, we have something called the low-level jet, and you may have heard that mentioned before. And it is extending all the way from the Gulf right now up into western Kentucky, southeastern Illinois, western Indiana, and that is what is causing a lot of these storms to essentially helping them rotate. And it's when you get that southerly component like that stretching for such a long period of time, that's what can allow these more widespread outbreaks here. So yeah, Brett, looks like that just popped up here too. We got a new tornado warning up there on that line again.
Yeah, new tornado warning. It's going to include areas just east of Culver and Argos and Bourbon, just north of Tippecanoe, along State Road 30 here. I can see if we can pick up anything on the rotation tracks a little bit. Not super notable here. Maybe you can double check the velocity scans, John, and see if there's anything notable in terms of rotation. You can see out to the west, out towards Winnemac, there were definitely some rotation indications, but not super strong, at least not showing up on the radar yet. Regardless, if you are in these areas, you need to be taking shelter right away. This is a radar indicated tornado, southern Marshall County, guys. This was just 7 miles south of Plymouth. It's moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. It's moving extremely fast right now, which is also another important thing to note. You're probably not going to be able to outrun these storms either.
Yeah, Brett, it actually looks like here we have a little bit of a very low CC drop. I would say this one probably up to the northwest of Argos. It's just getting going. It's very faint, but it would not surprise me if there's maybe a little tornado here on the ground.
Okay.
But it's definitely something to keep an eye on here for sure.
So, if you're in the Argos area, I need to be in your shelter place right now. There is radar indicated rotation. The storm could produce a tornado. I see the rotation here, kind of the hook that's developing on this. And as John mentioned, there may be some indications of some kind of debris. I see what you're seeing here, guys. And in fact, I will share my screen to kind of highlight what John was talking about. So this is a product that we call correlation coefficient. It's basically hitting all of the different things that are in the sky, rain, hail, or in this case, potentially debris. And when you start to see green and blue colors, it indicates that the radar is picking up something different than just rain. And the concern here would be associated with the rotation. Is the radar picking up on some kind of debris signature here? Certainly not out of the question. I'd be very curious to see how this updates here in a moment with the next radar scan. And I'm willing to bet if we go down here to this tornado emergency, guys, we can get an idea of what that may look like in a stronger tornado. And so let me click down here and we'll take a look. We can still see this tornado emergency in effect down here. Click on the radar and yep, you can, oh man, this is the last thing you want to see. This is how you know that there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right over Leachville in Arkansas, heading to the north and to the east. When you see a signature like this on what we call the correlation coefficient, that is a sign that there is just an extremely violent tornado on the ground. You don't see this type of a signature very often. And so certainly our thoughts and prayers with folks in Leachville, Arkansas right now. A destructive, a violent tornado on the ground. And it looks like if I zoom in here, not the biggest city, but it certainly does look like there's a decent little town here. And so our thoughts and prayers with those folks. I hope that they are in their shelter place. I hope that they are, heeding the warnings right now in this storm. If we look at this storm up to the north, probably some large hail as well, maybe another tornado. I believe that this one may also be confirmed just north there.
Yeah, there's definitely some, and in addition to that, even if some of those tornadoes lift, there's still going to be a debris signature as it's being lofted. That's how strong these tornadoes are. Oftentimes, when you're getting these signatures of tornadoes, that most of the time are going to have that EF2, EF3 plus intensity. You'll see debris lofted over 15,000 plus feet into the air, and so the radar will pick up on that, and it's definitely not a good signature at all to see with some of these. That looks like it almost as big as the other one there, Brett.
Yeah, this is let's see, Moro maybe. It's hard to tell with that lightning strike, but this is another one. This is in east central Arkansas, guys. And this one needs to be monitored for Memphis because it's kind of heading in that direction. And so Memphis, Tennessee, we need to be monitoring this storm, but definitely looks like another violent tornado on the ground right now in what is Moro, Arkansas, just northwest of Aubrey, Arkansas, and heading to the north into the east right now. Certainly, it's a confirmed tornado. It looks like a destructive tornado right now moving through that region. If we turn on the radar, we'll kind of get an idea of where this is tracking, guys. And again, I think that this particular one may go just west of Memphis, which is good. But regardless, kind of along the I-40, I-55 corridor here, very, very dangerous situation. I haven't seen a day like this, John, in a very, very long time with all of these.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the last time I've seen this. It's probably been pre 2020 maybe, where I can't remember that year, 17, 18, where we had something for the South again, but it's definitely, I think we're at, last I checked, 28 tornado warnings. Don't quote me on that, but I think we're a lot of storms. And Brett, we've also got now, in addition to that storm up there, some more firing off in southern Kentucky too. Some of those other discrete cells. So
yep, we've got a tornado warning. I'll highlight that here in a moment. A tornado warning that is just south of Bowling Green in Franklin, Kentucky. In fact, I'm going to go down there right now and take a look at that storm. So if we look at this, we'll turn on the Nashville radar here for you all. Let me see. Again, still fighting this platform, John. I may have to either restart my computer here in a little bit or move to something different. But Radar Omega is struggling big time on my computer right now. But again, tornado warning right now, guys, including Franklin and Bowling Green, Kentucky. Again, fairly populated areas. I'm going to switch over to the Clarity platform so we can maybe see it a little bit better. Clarity is working fine. If any of these other platforms get a little overloaded, scan that QR code in the top left, get the Clarity platform, make sure that you are staying up to date on things. But here's a look, guys, at this tornado warning. Franklin, Kentucky, again, a relatively populated area working towards Bowling Green, Kentucky, and Western Kentucky University there. And so need to be keeping a very, very close eye on this. This is radar indicated right now, 1.5 inch diameter. Not seeing a super strong correlation signal, but you can see the rotation track moving right across the border, kind of right along I-65 there. And so certainly that is one that we'll need to be keeping an eye on. Still have this confirmed tornado warning here, moving into Illinois right now. And continuing
warning here in western Indiana here for severe thunderstorms, Brett.
Yep. So severe thunderstorm. No, Franklin, Kentucky, guys, not Franklin, Indiana. But here's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include Sullivan. It's going to include Terre Haute, all the way out towards Brazil, Indiana, just west of Greencastle, for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Obviously, if you have 70-mile-per-hour winds, that's going to be a considerable damage threat as these move through, and embedded tornadoes will also be possible with this as they move east. So we need to be keeping an eye to see if any of these tornado warnings are extended across the border once these stronger storms move into western Indiana. And again, continuing to kind of keep an eye on some of these storms in southwestern Indiana, or excuse me, just southwest of Indiana, potentially moving into southwestern Indiana as these move east. And so a lot of supercell development right now across Western Tennessee, Southern Kentucky, Southern Illinois, as these storms start to move in.
Yeah, I'm Brett. I'm actually going to get some updated timing here on this cell that is southwest of Evansville, Indiana. It's kind of out on its own, and I think while it's moving more northeast here, I think it can start to turn more towards the state here. Let me get some timing on this here. We're looking at about, let's see, about 50 miles per hour. If you're in the greater Evansville area right now, there is in our opinion, a supercell right now. It's under a tornado warning and it's producing some large hail. It's about an hour out of your area right now. So let's pad that a little bit and say 8 to 8:15 p.m. Central Time. And I think for Evansville specifically, that's going to be a cell that we need to watch, because if it can start to rotate a little bit more and push more to the east, I think that would also be a concern for tornadoes here as well. Now, Brett's got a great nowcast by Tyler Riggles here talking about the latest on this line, the leading edge here. And again, for those of you in those different time zones, that's where this can come in handy here as well. So that's the latest thinking on the most severe part of the band as that pushes to the east. And again, as Brett's mentioned, and as we're watching just south of Vincennes, there could be a few discrete cells that join the mix into this as well. So this is timing for the main line that has currently been warned for 70-mile-per-hour gusts, large hail, and we're getting reports of some embedded tornadoes as well. So definitely a situation for those of you in West Central Indiana. This is your time. Here it comes.
Yeah. So just kind of continuing to scroll through here, guys. We have numerous confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. Starting out by Texarkana, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 8 confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now, and probably even more than that if we're being honest. If there's 8 confirmed on the ground right now and we've got another 20 warnings active, there's probably even more tornadoes all ongoing on the ground right now, which is kind of insane, to be honest.
Yeah, and Brett, my team is telling me here that just for the Terre Haute area, we are actually issuing a tornado warning. Storm capable of producing a tornado pushing eastward towards the area here. We're extending that a little bit further to the east, as we think that even though it's in between those two radars here, it's definitely got that signature where I think it could, based on the Evansville radar, put something down here pretty quick. So in addition to those straight line 70-mile-per-hour winds, definitely some rotation we're tracking moving along I-70.
All right, let me take a look at that here real quick. I'm going to switch back over. We're switching kind of back and forth here per what's happening, but let me switch back over to the other radar to show some of the velocity signatures. And so our team going ahead and for our clients on the Clarity platform, going ahead and issuing a tornado warning. You can kind of see some of the rotation signals here along this line. And so if you're in Terre Haute or Harrison, we would recommend go ahead and take shelter right now. Let's see here. Just trying to see if you could have them, John, send a screenshot of the area that they are issuing that for, so I can properly highlight it. That would be great, because I want to make sure that folks are warned. You can kind of, excuse me, you can kind of see the notch here just west of Terre Haute, why it would be capable of producing a tornado with this. And so we are issuing kind of our own alert for folks to let them know of this potential as it moves into the area on the Clarity platform.
Brett, I'm going to actually really quick share my screen with you here, because I got it pulled up for you right now. Pull this up here. So again, this is what our PM Met team here just issued regarding the tornado warning here. And this is going to go ahead and include Fairview Park, Clinton, Harrison, Terre Haute, Rosedale, and that's just including downtown Terre Haute, but just to the north of I-70 here. So that's definitely something that needs to be watched as this activity pushes through here. I would say probably through about 8:45 p.m. Eastern time, I would say, and we might be able to expire that a little bit earlier.
There it
That's
is.
generally thinking as this pushes to the east. And did they just go ahead and issue it?
Yep, they just issued it.
Perfect.
So yeah, we beat them by 5 minutes.
Okay, there we go.
In that particular scenario, let me get my screen share back up and give you all a look at that here, guys. So let me see if I can change to a different radar so it's a little bit easier to see. It's kind of in the radar hole here, unfortunately, in Terre Haute. That may show it the best here. So what you all can see here, we can see some of these winds moving away from the radar, some of these winds moving towards the radar here. And so we have this rotation kind of moving really, I would say, right through Terre Haute and just to the north right now, capable of producing a tornado. We can also kind of see the notch here. Right near Terre Haute. So if you are in Terre Haute, guys, tag a friend right now if you know them in the area. Get into shelter right now. Basement is always going to be the best option, but an interior room, under the stairs if you can, in an interior closet without windows. Same thing with a bathroom. If you don't have any of those options, cover yourself up with pillows and books and whatnot, just to make sure that you are safe from flying debris if you don't have a basement or any of those options. And so, guys, need to be taking this very, very seriously right now. Along with this, likely going to have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If we kind of examine some of the wind signals in here, you can see that. You can see the velocity showing as much as 65 plus mile per hour winds, and probably even a little bit stronger in some spots at the surface. And so we have a potential tornado here, a tornado warning that is working kind of right along the State Road 41 corridor here, Harrison, Terre Haute, potentially as far north as Clinton, Indiana. All these areas need to be taking shelter right away.
Yeah, Bert, we got another, you may have mentioned this too. We got another new tornado warning that just got extended up into northern Indiana to include, looks like Syracuse, Ligonier here. That's going to be for another 33 minutes. Radar indicated.
Yeah, so again, guys, you can kind of see this notch right here. And a lot of these, this is what we're going to be keeping an eye on for. You can see this notch. Very clear kind of signal for some rotation. Again, this isn't going to necessarily produce the EF4, EF5 type of tornado deal, but it doesn't take much to cause a lot of damage. And so, again, if you're in Milford, Leesburg, Syracuse, kind of right along the radar dome there, just northwest of Fort Wayne, you need to be taking shelter immediately with this. And so we now have 2 tornado warnings in the state, actually 3 tornado warnings in the state of Indiana right now, 2 here in northern parts of Indiana, and the one that's moving into Terre Haute right now. I would imagine that we will continue to add more to that as these storms move into southwestern Indiana, especially. And it continues to be where I'm the most concerned about the potential for a couple of stronger tornadoes in southwest Indiana as this line begins to move in. If we zoom things back out, again, tornado warning right now, guys. Terre Haute, Indiana, you can kind of see the notch with this line. Definitely rotation with this as well, guys. We'll be keeping an eye on some reports to see if we can add any additional information. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here to include Vincennes for 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. All
right. Yeah, it looks like here, I would say, Brett, that the southerly component is really getting going here, and I think that's really starting to allow the damaging wind threat to increase, the tornado threat to increase across the board. I haven't seen as many. There's still definitely large hail embedded within these storms. I haven't seen any crazy reports of that towards the Ohio River area yet, but that's definitely still going to be a threat as well. Because remember, guys, even if you're only dealing with hailstones the size of dimes or quarters, which, don't get me wrong, is enough to cause damage, if you put a 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust with it, that can go through siding pretty quickly, and damage things and take shingles off. So still, that's another element of the hail risk that I think sometimes gets underlooked when we're dealing with these storms. So definitely all hazards still possible here for sure.
Yeah, and just checking back down south again, where the biggest concern is. I mean, I've never seen anything like this, or not in a very long time at least. Almost the entire northeast corridor of Arkansas is under a tornado warning right now.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 tornado warnings in this area alone right now. And you can see all these blinking ones, new warnings coming out right now. And so a ton of tornado warnings, an extremely dangerous situation. If you're in Northeast Arkansas right now, take shelter. It doesn't matter where you are. Just take
Yeah.
shelter. There are tornadoes all over the place right now in Northeast Arkansas. Going back here, let's go back and look at our friends in Terre Haute again. We can see the wind energy with this. We can kind of examine here. Wow, look at that. There could potentially be up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this. Look at the Boeing segment that we're starting to see. This line is really beginning to get its act together, guys. You can see the Boeing segment here. Anytime that you get that, kind of a rear inflow jet type of a deal, we're probably dealing with some extremely damaging winds, regardless of the tornado. And so, as John kind of mentioned earlier, even with these severe thunderstorm warnings, you really should be away from windows, certainly not outside, certainly not on a deck watching the storms, inside with these storms, because at 70 to 80 mile per hour, you can get all kinds of debris launched with straight line winds from, trees, power lines. I know I saw a couple of pictures in northern Indiana earlier this week of plywood that had gotten lodged in the siding of a house. So anything outside becomes projectile when there's 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so I need to be taking this situation very seriously, both from a tornado perspective, but also from a damaging wind perspective, with this storm of Terre Haute, but with the entire line in general right now.
Absolutely, yeah. And Brett, with those 80-mile-per-hour, damaging wind gusts, which I definitely think that's a possibility. It wouldn't surprise me to see the warning elevated there too. If you're anywhere from Brazil, Indiana to Rockville, Indiana, just kind of from south to north here, I would say, and I believe if memory serves me correctly, that's State Road. I can't quite tell. I think it's 56, 59, but right north of I-70 there, that general widespread swath as that's pushing to the east, that's going to be a concern as well. And something that our PM team is watching currently, Brett, is to the south of there, more towards Sullivan County. There's another just north of Vincennes here as well, another notch that we're seeing on radar. Really just across this entire line, Brett, there's at least 4 or 5 areas of rotation right now.
Yeah, again, kind of in this spot where there's not great radar data. I'm trying to find what image that they were seeing here. Just highlight to you all some of the rotation, maybe right in here. But there's rotation, a couple of things, guys. Let me actually I'm just going to go to the radar image and show you all a couple of things that I'm starting to notice. Are these hooks embedded in here? One there, one there. We need to be watching this entire line for potential tornadoes. As these start to kind of hook, and as they move east into this environment, and as the low-level jet ramps up, I think that there's certainly an increasing risk for tornadoes as this line moves east into Indiana.
Absolutely, yeah, Brett. It wouldn't surprise me if this is a situation in which they start foregoing the severe thunderstorm, the big warnings, and just put the whole thing under a tornado warning. With the amount of with the amount of notches there on radar. So there's definitely some significant signals here that we are seeing. And something to address here in the comments that I'm seeing, guys. We're not in the business of trying to scare you and fearmonger anything here. We are simply telling you what we see right now on radar. As the data comes in, there's nothing scripted here. It's just what we're seeing on radar as it's pushing into the east here, what we're thinking. So in general, all we're trying to do here is to keep you guys as prepared as possible, as ready as possible as these storms come in. Brett and I would be completely fine if the whole tornado threat just went poof like that. So but it's a situation in which just not thinking that's going to happen right now, especially as it starts pushing more into Western Indiana and Western Kentucky, unfortunately.
Yeah. So Brandon in the comments made a point about this cell. In fact, both of these, to be honest, look at the nature of this. You can very clearly. This is a classic supercell type of a look. You can see the hook, the mesocyclone here, with the air kind of rotating around the southern edge of this. This I would be surprised if they don't extend this tornado warning into Vincennes as it moves further to the east.
Yeah, that is an excellent point, and I think in general, Brett, there's again that Evansville cell that I mentioned just to the southwest. That cell has a lot of room to maneuver right now, and I think it's going to start to turn a little bit here too. It's been trying. There's not a lot of rotation on it just yet, but I think that's another one for those of you in southwestern Indiana need to keep an eye on that one here as well.
Yeah. So again, guys, this one kind of moving to the northeast, it would probably miss just west of Evansville. It'd be kind of close if it starts to turn a little bit further to the east. Sometimes when these produce tornadoes, they tend to move a little bit more to the right or to the east. So that's worth keeping an eye on. But again, this one's kind of unimpeded in terms of there's not really anything else to the south right now. And wow, look at that new scan, John. Mount Vernon needs to be on the lookout right now. This thing is getting its act together. There looks like there could be some massive hail in this storm as well as it moves towards Mount Vernon, Indiana.
Yeah, I think, Brett, just by watching how that hook has been trying to develop for the past 20 minutes, it's almost that the southerly winds are so strong that it's wrapping over itself to the point where it's too strong. So definitely not a pretty sight here, but hopefully that trend can continue and it will just be a hailer and not a tornado, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, definitely watch the latest scan here. It's trying. It's not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. This one still needs to be watched. You can see some of the broad rotation in there. Maybe a little bit of rotation on this one just west of Mount Carmel as well. Going further to the north, again, you can kind of see some of these hooks in here. It's so messy. It's almost a little bit hard to analyze, which I think is a concern as we go throughout the rest of the evening. Is these are probably going to be rain wrapped for the most part, guys, which makes them very difficult to see. You're not going to be able to see them, and B, it makes it difficult to track as well. So certainly need to be very diligent here, keeping an eye on things for you all over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and we've also right now, Brett, got if you don't mind going a little bit more to the south here, looks like we have a confirmed tornado here now just to the west of Memphis. That's also very similar to that other cell southwest of Evansville. It's not impeded by much here. That's got a lot of unfortunately, a lot of potential here as well. It looks like if there's good news with it, it looks like it might stay more just to the west of Memphis. But again, it's that row of supercells that we just, in general, all of northeastern Arkansas, if you're just get in shelter. I think that there's really nothing else we can say here with that. And those are quickly, Brett, approaching the Mississippi River.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And the river will do nothing to stop them.
Yes.
Just to make that point right now. I know sometimes there's a myth that goes around that lakes and rivers and hills and whatnot can prevent these storms from moving east. It's not going to. A tornado went over the Ohio River last year near Madison. So the river will not stop these storms as they move into Tennessee and into Kentucky. This one needs to be, especially if it could jog east at all. Memphis is in a tricky spot. I think it just passes to their northwest, given the mean flow of these storms. But certainly a concerning look here for areas just west of downtown Memphis.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go back up.
Yeah, I was gonna say it might not be a bad idea to switch back over to your clarity rotation tracks when you get a second. It looks very similar to what you and Michael were talking about when showing the updraft helicity earlier, essentially where the rotations would be. It's starting to look like what we were concerned that might happen here.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. So if you all remember from earlier in the day, I'm going to turn off the warnings for a second so we can maybe see it. Whoa. see that a little bit better. So yeah, guys, you can see all the rotation. There's that violent tornado that's been on the ground there in Arkansas, now moving into Missouri. But you can see all these different rotation tracks over the past 30 minutes. And you can see it here, which again is why we were concerned about Sullivan in terms of that storm having a history of producing rotation. And so, Sullivan, Terre Haute, I personally, I would just be cautious and go ahead and get into a shelter place, stay away from windows. Obviously, Terre Haute has the tornado warning on it, but this storm heading towards Sullivan has also had a history of producing tornadoes, or not tornado. Well, I guess there was one out here to the west, but rotation, if you will. And so this one needs to be monitored very, very carefully as we move it towards Sullivan, Indiana. And of course, this one here in Terre Haute. And now Evansville's under a
There's
tornado
the warning. Yep. Yeah. So that's the big storm there down in Evansville. And Brett, when you get a second, by the way, too, Michael says that he is in.
I'm here. I can hear you.
You're there. Perfect. Good timing here.
Fellas. Good timing for Evansville tornado warning.
Yes.
Go back to.
Wow. Yeah. Everything's kind of lit up here in the last little bit, guys. This line has really started to come alive. A lot of you watching, almost 10,000 of you. Make sure to tag a friend, share it with a friend, subscribe, like the channels. Make sure everybody's watching. Look at that. That's a nasty cell that we've got up on screen right now, headed right into Mount Vernon and Evansville.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For the areas that don't get the tornado with this or the rotation, you're probably going to have massive hail. Very, very damaging hail. I'm going to check real quick to see if the hail tracks are popping anything up at this point. It looks like over an inch for sure. This is warned for 1.25 inch diameter hail. Based off that reflectivity, I would be surprised if it's not bigger than 1.25 inches, personally.
Brett, if you don't mind, I'd like to share the screen on this real quick on that particular cell. Couple of interesting things going on that I note. For one, first thing that you see that is just near Shawneetown here, and that town, by the way, is no stranger to tornadoes. Just what you could see right here on the north end of this. This is a classic supercell-like structure. So here's the hook right here. And then right here you have what's called your forward flanking downdraft, but quite the hail core right here. And normally those hail cores are north of where that tornado would be located, right here. All right, and you can see that the hook, and this is kind of the latest scan just came in, so we'll update. The hook is probably right here. So kind of the anatomy of a supercell is, a lot of folks will say, hey, it was raining like crazy and hailing, and then it stopped, and then a tornado came. Well, the problem is if you're in Uniontown, you're going to get hit by these forward flanking downdraft winds, heavy rain, hail's going to follow, and then it stops raining. And if there's a tornado there, the tornado will come inside the lull of that precip. One thing you note, and the interesting part about this is the back side of this. This is called the rear flanking downdraft. If you've got hail in the storm and the RFD is strong enough, it can wrap hail around into the tornado.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of the structure. 98% of all supercell thunderstorms produce severe weather reports. So this is kind of that classic severe weather or that supercell look, heading really right into Evansville. Is this observed or radar indicated, Brett?
It's radar indicated at this point.
We do. There is a report by emergency management of a funnel cloud associated with it down there.
Out of this storm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we do have a confirmed tornado just south and east of Carbondale, Illinois, towards Marion, Illinois, just to the west of this storm as well.
You can take back over, Brett, and show them that. I just wanted to kind of show that's a discrete supercell there ahead of the main line, which I would really watch that one in the next couple of hours. That one's pretty concerning.
Most definitely. Let's see. That's one our team is actively working on putting out a nowcast for it specifically. We've already highlighted that area for tornado risk, but one that's a little bit more time tracking across southern Indiana. Michael, with some of these that I've seen before, I feel like it may even try to turn even a little bit more to the east as it starts to rotate even more. So I think just in general, the further you go towards I-64, that's going to be a concern.
Yeah, you can see that anytime these QLCSs have those nasty inflow notches like that, with the apex of the bow just west of Vienna right there. That's a nasty look there. That is probably tossing out 80-mile-per-hour winds, if I had to guess. I mean, it's probably the low level jet is kicking in right there. That's really a pretty sick look. I forget. There's actually a term for that. I forget what that term is. Where the QLCS bows like that.
Mhm. I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of the name
Shoot,
either.
yeah, I'm forgetting the technical term, but nonetheless, that is to your point, John. That's a pretty nasty signature there. Are these okay?
So
These are
here's a look at what's going on here in there's a new tornado warning. So a new tornado warning right now. Let me get the velocity scans on this. So a new tornado warning that's going to include Rockville, Waveland, just to the northwest of Greencastle. Again, kind of a similar QLCS type of a look here, where you've got a little bit of this broad rotation here. Look at the wind. Look at the wind working into this storm. I would imagine the wind in Terre Haute right now is just absolutely insane. A very, very strong wind signal with this. And anytime you get strong wind like that and you get any kind of perturbation along the boundary of this line of storms, you can get these spin up tornadoes. And I think that's why ultimately they issued this tornado warning here for Rockville and Waveland. It's radar indicated it will go for the next 30 minutes, so expiring at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, as it pushes to the north and to the east. If we put the radar in motion here, we can kind of get the idea of the movement of these storms, guys. And so, again, you can kind of see what this has been doing in terms of spitting out little bit of these notches and a little bit of these hooks as it pushes to the north and to the east. And so it certainly has the potential to drop down a tornado. And really, guys, I mean, to be completely honest with the look of this line, uh, dropping down a tornado was not going to be difficult anywhere along this line as it pushes to the east. We're just going to have to monitor when and where it does.
Yeah, Brett, I was just looking at the environment out ahead of this and looking at the mesoscale analysis and kind of clicking around on the environment out ahead. But just elevated values all around, really. But this is a look at the, if I can get that off of there, my apologies. Click the banner to hide. Good, geez, Louises. Sorry, guys. This is a look at the significant tornado parameter out ahead of this line, and you can see where there's a maxima here across central Indiana, not nearly as elevated as western Tennessee, Kentucky, and down there across northwestern Louisiana, but nonetheless, you can see a couple of indices here. This is the conditional probability for a significant tornado, and that's 70-80% probability across central Indiana. So we've got plenty to work with here as those storms cross into the area. As most likely what's starting to happen is we're starting to see some upper level wind support kick in with this system. Bulk wind shear is off the charts there as well. Cape is elevated. We have pretty much everything we need to see, a nasty thunderstorm move through. There's the violent tornado parameter.
Yeah. Matt, I believe, made a good point of the winds in southern Indiana actually beginning to veer out of the southeast a little bit, which would be very concerning there. Look at that signal there in Kentucky, and this will be lifting north, so I would be very concerned about, obviously we're already starting to see it in Evansville, but again, southwestern, south central Indiana, from kind of Louisville to Bloomington to Jasper to Evansville to Owensboro, guys, as this line continues to ramp up here over the next hour or two.
I'm seeing out of the Slack channel, Brian sending over some things about southeastern Missouri public safety, multiple counties witnessing a large tornado on the ground. And then also seeing Arkansas State Police Trooper, multiple counties in Arkansas reporting a tornado. So it seems like several observed tornadoes there being reported across multiple states. If we want to pull up, let's see, do we want to go to Clarity for that and kind of get see here and go to, here we go. All right, here's a look here right now. Well, southern Illinois, there's a reported tornado there coming down into just south of Carbondale. I'm trying to see. No other tornado reported.
No, it was lit up earlier. There was like 4 of them there in northeast Arkansas earlier.
Here's our southern Arkansas. There's one observed tornado. Emergency management confirmed flying debris. A confirmed tornado was located near Canfield or 9 miles south of Stamps, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So there's no shortage of tornado warnings right now. Good night. I mean, there is a lot of them.
There were, I think you said 28 earlier or something like that.
Yeah.
So
I
kind of crazy. New severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like just issued northwest of Indianapolis to include Crawfordsville and Lebanon for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's the same storm that has had the history of producing the tornado warning.
Which one was it, Brett? This one right here?
Yep, right there.
Yep.
All right, damage threat considerable, expires in 39 minutes, 3/4 inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to include cities like Roachdale, Crawfordsville, Thorntown, Waynetown, North Salem. This is Montgomery County, Northern Putnam County, Northwestern Hendricks County, Western Boone County, and Southern Tippecanoe County. It's also over there just southeast of Petersburg as well. So, yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds. And I tell you what, guys, this environment right here,
Yep.
as it moves northeast into south central Indiana, that is this leading cell here. If you're out in Jasper, Huntingburg, Booneville, French Lick, that leading cell that's concerning. The warn-on was trying to hint at this.
It was. I was just about to go look to see if the new one. So sometimes that warn-on can latch on to these cells and do a very good job of showing where they're going to go. And I think it might be a little bit. Well, maybe not. I'm gonna show this because I think it highlights exactly what you are saying in terms of that particular region. And so this is a look at the max updraft helicity. Let me get on.
Yeah, take your screen over there.
Take the
While you're pulling that up here, Brett, a couple things I do want to answer here. Nicole, yes, tornadoes can most definitely happen at night. We are actively seeing that right now as these storms continue to push to the east, towards central Indiana, southern Indiana, central Kentucky, all across the board. Nocturnal tornado threat is still going to be there. So just because it's getting dark outside doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to see tornadoes. In fact, we're actually favoring the opposite. There's going to be a lot of some very intense tornadoes as this pushes to the northeast. But yeah, Brett, just wanted to clarify that here for some of our friends asking that question.
Nope. Great note, John. So again, this is the updraft helicity. So basically indicating the potential for these cells to rotate and subsequently indicating the risk that there could be a tornado produced. And so this is basically right now. You can kind of see it trying to pick up on that cell that's already down there in southwestern Indiana towards Evansville. It's actually seen it. It might be a tick too far west, but it's close. It's really, really close with this signature. Now, watch what happens as it moves east and as these other supercells continue to get going. The corridor here of the highest potential in terms of rotation and potential tornadoes, setting up really from Evansville to Bloomington to Bedford, Columbus, potentially as far north as Johnson County, Jennings County, guys, Decatur County. All of these areas in here certainly at risk for tornadic potential as we go over the next couple of hours. This takes things out through about midnight. I would imagine that the majority of this, guys, is going to be kind of between now and 10 and 11 o'clock at the latest. I wouldn't be shocked if some of this needs to be extended a little bit further down to the south here towards Louisville as well. But certainly picking up on these cells that are moving into southwestern Indiana right now. And I really don't disagree with where this is right now.
Yeah, man,
because that's exactly what we're seeing.
That is a signal. And guys, reading the comments, I want to address them. Brett, don't change that map real quick.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you are asking about, is it going to hit me? Is it going to get me type thing. Guys, I mean, we're painting the map red here. Okay. If you're in Indiana tonight and you're looking at radar right now, you're going to get hit. All right. It's coming from west to east, the whole state. Okay. I mean, so it's on the radar. Right now there's 16 active tornado warnings going on in the central U.S., a couple of reported tornadoes. Columbus, Bloomington, Martinsville, whatever city you want to name in the chat, it's going to come. It's going to hit you. And just need to be ready. That's why we're here. We're going to be here all night. These guys are doing a fantastic job, and keeping you all posted here and updated. So just listen in. We'll answer questions. And there's no one that's out of the woods here right now, especially all along and south of Interstate 70.
I'm hearing some kind of sirens outside. Not the tornado sirens. It's not here. But
Sirens at your house, Brett?
Yeah, something. I think it may have just been an ambulance or something. I heard it go off, and I was like, "That can't possibly be."
I was
right.
going to say, don't get me going on this.
It must have been really close because I don't normally hear it from that side of my house. That side maybe, but anyway. So guys, again, this is just highlighting the potential area. The darker the colors you see, or the more purple the colors you see, perhaps the highest threat for rotating storms that could produce a tornado. But as Michael said, guys, whether there's a tornado coming right at you or not, there's going to be damaging wind potential and large hail potential. All of these areas, all these locations have the potential for severe weather. Not everybody's going to see a tornado, which is why you have to watch the warnings and keep an eye on what we're saying very, very carefully over the next couple of hours so we can help you when the time comes, if there is a tornado warning, to get into shelter. So, right now, the best that we can tell you is that everybody across central and southern Indiana, especially, is at play for tornado risk, and even northern Indiana at play for wind and hail threats as well, and even a couple of spin ups. And so that's where we're at right now. And just going to continue to kind of monitor things as these storms push to the north and to the east. I want to go back down for a second here towards Evansville. So let me get this radar back up here in a second, and we will take a look at how things are looking down here in Evansville. I'm going to share my screen.
It's trying, Brett. It's getting there. I think it's something that we talked about earlier. You know, this jet and some of the southerly component, I think, is initially so strong for it. Sometimes what that can do with these bigger supercells is it can inhibit the tornado right away from forming. So I think we're finally starting to see a little bit more of a hook that can handle this, if you will. But and Michael showed a great example of what we were seeing. I think it's starting to cycle again, and it wouldn't surprise me as this starts to push more along the Ohio River. And again, it can cross rivers. That's not an issue. It can cross rivers. That's going to be something we need to watch here.
Yeah, so you can kind of see here, here's the kind of the core of the storm, and then we're watching for this hook to see if it can kind of rotate around a little bit more and tighten the rotation to drop a tornado. And so that's what we're kind of monitoring. We do have a new tornado warning that goes into western parts of Indiana, kind of near Mount Carmel and Princeton. And so, again, gosh, I mean, this is a very messy look, but you can kind of see here. Let me take off that tool. You can kind of see here. Here's one embedded supercell. Here's another embedded supercell. And then, of course, you have this supercell down here. And so it's messy, but you have these kind of embedded supercells that are prompting these warnings all along this line in southwestern Indiana right now. And so, anywhere in the red, Evansville, Mount Carmel, I wouldn't be shocked eventually kind of watching towards Vincennes. Look, you can almost even see another one here just to the west of Bicknell. This isn't a strong rotation signal at this point, but you can see the supercell signal embedded in here. Another one kind of hooking here. And so all of these are showing some signs of trying to hook as they work into Indiana. Wow, look at that new warning. So a new severe thunderstorm warning, massive severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include Bloomington. It's going to include areas really anywhere west of Indianapolis, Greencastle, Jasonville, out towards Worthington, Cloverdale, Mooresville, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 70-mile-per-hour wind damage possible, half dollar sized hail. The damage threat here indication is considerable. This goes out for the next 46 minutes. And again, I think that within this line, I would not be shocked to see additional tornado warnings, not seeing strong signals of rotation right now, at least. But you can kind of see the individual structure of some of these storms within just the current radar imagery.
Brett, one thing I'm noticing with the environment on the state line, looking at our surface to 1 kilometer and 3 kilometers, so basically our surface to about 10,000 feet or so, a little bit less maybe, the energy helicity index, which is really enhanced over central Indiana. And so my concern is those storm cells you're tracking in southwestern Indiana, as they get ahead and they kind of run out ahead, or even this line right here, that all of this is about to enter an environment that's much more favorable than the one it's in right now. So basically what I'm saying is that I think these could start spinning like a top pretty quickly.
Yeah. And again, I think that you can kind of start to see the individual embedded supercells in here. This is a jagged looking line. It's messy right now for sure. But if we turn on the loop, what I think that we're going to notice is that it's getting more and more organized. And so over the past couple of hours, instead of just kind of this messy curved line, now you're starting to see some of these individual embedded supercells. They're not discrete necessarily, but you're starting to get some of these individual embedded supercells within this line, which you're starting to see with some more of the rotation. And so, this area in general, as these storms move to the north and to the east, need to be on the lookout. Would not be shocked to see some additional tornado warnings. We're also I've started to notice, Michael, some new development in here out ahead, which we need to keep an eye on as well, because as this moves into a favorable environment, could these start to blow up? I haven't looked super carefully at the dynamics with these, John. If you have any more insight, certainly would appreciate it as well if you're looking at these too. But if these can continue to intensify, they're worth watching as they push to the north and to the east as well.
Yeah, they've got some work to do for sure, Brett. Right now they're pretty, I think immature would be the right word to use for them. It almost, to me, seems like with how quickly this main line is moving, they're going to have to really get going and fast if they're going to stay out ahead of this main line. I do want to mention, though, that we have a very large MD that has just been issued for Eastern Indiana and Western Ohio here for a 95% potential for a tornado watch expansion.
My apologies. Let me go to that. I had something pulled up and you started talking. I'll pull that up right now, John.
Sorry about that.
Nope, you're good. You're good. There's what John's talking about right there, that area for the expansion. Yep. So you said 95%?
95%. Yep.
Yep. Tornado watch likely expands east. I had plotted real quick before the MD came out as what Brett was talking about with the thunderstorm there in central Indiana. This is moving east at 70 miles per hour. So it is hauling the mail. Just some cities out ahead of it that to keep in mind that as the wind arrives, but so can these storms start to rotate. Ellettsville 906, 500,000 people are in the path of this. Bloomington 912, Bloomington, Indiana 912, Plainfield and Martinsville 915. Let's see, Bicknell 919. Just kind of continuing to scroll through. Mooresville and Morgantown area 925. Bargersville 930, Trafalgar 930, New Whiteland and Greenwood and Franklin and Whiteland and Homecroft area, all about 935. Okay, so a big area there. And then Beech Grove, Columbus, Brookfield area is 940. So it is racing east, 70 mile per hour winds, and the potential for 1 1/4 inch hail. That Evansville cell is it's trying there again. That's starting to look a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I was just about to say I'm starting to see some better rotation signals with it too.
Yeah, so that one's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. We can get a good track on that one for you as well. We'll track the rotation out ahead. Looks like Evansville, north side of Evansville, not too far out here. St. Joseph, 9 o'clock. Let's see. We have Highland in here. Fisherville, north of Warrentown, Ball City, 9:13. That's starting to look, gosh, it's an interesting look there. Let's see. We would be looking right here, guys, just south of Mount Vernon, right in this area, coming right into Evansville, just right or north of it there. There's your inflow notch, kind of getting your wrap around here. If there's a tornado, it's going to be just south of Mount Vernon and heading right into the west side of Evansville metro area.
Real quick, I have got to share this tornado video that I see here on Twitter from Arkansas. Let me see if I can get it pulled up here. I have never seen this. Is insane. Let's see if I can get it pulled up here. So, can you all? Let's see. Can you all see that?
Oh,
Wow.
This is a monster.
holy!
Don't get that close to a tornado.
Yeah.
I mean
He's been chasing for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That is insane. I just saw that and I had to share it because it's just crazy.
Wow, that's a monster tornado. Good night. Wow. Okay. Incredible.
All right, back to right now. That was about an hour ago that was posted.
So it looks like someone's saying there's a funnel cloud in Clinton, Indiana. Let's see. I don't know how they would see it. I feel like it's dark out.
Yeah, it's very.
But okay.
We do have a report of a funnel cloud from emergency management on that tornado warned cell for Mount Carmel. Just that most recent one that was just issued for far southwestern Indiana here. Based on the radar, it looks like there's a few spots, but I would say that at this point it's really looking like a more damaging wind-esque right now, but still definitely heed that tornado warning. Can still be some brief spin ups here. Yeah, that actually looks a little bit better right there. That would be it.
It's just
Brett,
wet.
can you go to the Evansville radar and talk about that cell in Knox County, northeast Knox County? There needs to be a tornado warning on that cell. I just saw the latest scan. There's clear rotation there along State Road 67, just northwest of Bicknell. That hook there.
Here. Yeah, there it is.
You see it there?
Yep.
Yep. That storm right there is probably going to drop a rain wrap tornado if it hasn't already. That's a classic signal there for just a nasty rotation there inside that QLCS. Be interested to see if they warn that. That should be going warned, I would imagine, any second.
Now put it into motion here. You can see how it's had a history of rotation. I don't know why the velocity is blinking, but you can see how it's had a history of rotation here. You can kind of see that just north of Bicknell. So that'll be heading right towards
behind it too. Behind it, there's a second one right in it. Behind it, there's two hooks.
Yep, there's two, which is why there's two spots. Vincennes. Gosh, if you're in Vincennes.
Yeah, I don't understand why these aren't warned. If you guys are in the Knox County, Vincennes, Bicknell area along State Road 67 and U.S. State Road 41, Highway 41, you need to be in shelter. Knox County, I don't understand that.
Yeah, you can clearly see the hook on both of these here, guys. The rotation signal is broad. It's not like it's the most intense rotation signal, but it's there. And you can very, very clearly see the hooks on both of these storms moving across State Road 41 here, and again the one moving kind of along State Road 67 just north of Bicknell. So just north of Vincennes, just north of Bicknell. Need to probably take shelter. There's no tornado warning on this storm right now, but very well could drop a potential tornado.
We're issuing one right now, by the way, for that exact area. Just FYI. So
perfect.
You can see it here, maybe even a little bit better on the Indy radar. You can kind of see the differing colors right here. So, Edwardsport, Freelandville, Sanborn, let's see, Elnora, and then again, guys, it kind of works towards I-69. Also 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this area kind of through here. Whoa, mouse went crazy. But you get the idea.
Mm-hmm. New tornado warning back behind Evansville for a second round. Coming into the southwest portion of the state there.
Yep.
Harrisburg, Illinois.
Kind of starting to line up here.
Paducah.
Look at this. Down here near Paducah.
Paducah, they're always pulling in the big dog storms, man.
They really are.
They're a hot spot.
Ice storms to extreme rain to tornadoes, they get everything down there, it seems like. Just kind of glancing down here. That tornado warning is just to the north. So, right now, main concern kind of across southwestern Indiana. Again, we do have this massive damaging wind, severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for parts of central Indiana. We still need to keep an eye on this line right here. I mean, this is the one that we think needs to be warned right in here. And so we need to monitor maybe even a little bit more northeasterly, kind of like this.
Mm-hmm.
These two need to be monitored kind of as they work towards Bedford and Bloomington, I would say. Holy moly, look at this.
Ooh, that's a hail signature right there.
Yep.
Probably some massive hail right here.
It gets wrapped around. What is that? Wayne? What county is that? It's let's see.
I can never remember. Somebody will tell us in the comments.
Let's see.
It is
Posey or Gibson. I always get them mixed up.
Central Posey.
Okay.
South Central Gibson, East Central Posey.
Man, DBZ of 71. You get any ability to wrap that around into that rotation. Looks like, I don't know, is Hope possibly monitoring comments, Brett? Do we know, or
no? She's on vacation as well. She's on a plane at the moment.
Oh, is she? Okay, I didn't know that. We've got a friendly, kind soul in the comments tonight by the name of AJ White. I believe a lot of people are disappointed. If I see him comment again, I'll make sure to. Hopefully that's right. AJ.
No rain in Franklin.
We'll be sure to let you know to have a nice day.
I'm having a hard time keeping up with the comments.
A lot of comments. We can't really. We are on YouTube, Lisa. You can check us out on YouTube. The radar is pixelated because it kind of helps us see the features a little bit better than the smoothing function that the radar offers. So it's a little bit more of an expert analysis on the non-smoothed images.
I do want to real quick go over to this cell because it's a confirmed tornado heading towards Harrisburg, Illinois right now. And this will be round 2 for Evansville here soon. So, this is a confirmed tornado, guys, right here. And this will work kind of in the same general direction as it pushes to the north and to the east. And so a lot of these same areas getting hit right now will be getting hit again as this next storm comes in. And we do have
a
tornado warning. Yep.
There we go.
That's the one we were talking about 5 minutes ago.
Yep.
They finally caught on here and issued the tornado warning.
You can see right here.
Yep. What do we have here? That is in southwest Indiana in Linton. Next 16 minutes, that's for southeastern Sullivan County, northeastern Knox County, northwestern Greene County and I believe northwestern Davies County there. That's going to go for the next 15 minutes. Short and sweet, but
Yeah.
certainly possible.
I'm going to go ahead and kind of extend this out because of how fast it's moving. It's moving at 60 miles an hour. So I want to kind of get ahead of this here and get an idea of where this is going to be. So you can kind of see here on the screen, Bloomfield 921, Worthington 923, Farmers 929, Newark 931. Let's see here, Hendricksville 935, Spencer 939, Ellettsville 943, Bloomington 945. So that's at 60 miles an hour there, guys.
That's all in the mail. And that looks, the one behind it still needs monitored too. And I tell you what, Brett, that cell, gosh, that may be that one just west of Princeton. If you go southwest of Mount Carmel, just right in there. That's it's interesting that clearing near New Harmony, Carmi. If the cell can run out ahead of that, gosh, that one down there still looks good near southwestern Indiana.
Hey, Brett, Michael, one thing I know we're looking at these tornado warnings, but I just wanted to mention that on even terminal radar here west of Indianapolis, starting to get into Hendricks County, we're getting some velocity readings of almost over 70 miles per hour here coming that way on that leading edge. That looks, I would say it's fair game. That probably is reaching the surface there. Looks very sharp on radar. It looks like maybe just since I last saw it weakened down a little bit, but definitely 70 mile per hour potential there as well. So I wanted to mention that real quick. Obviously, we want to keep our focus on the tornado warned storms, but that's definitely a nasty storm getting close to Indianapolis.
Yeah, you can see it on the terminal here. So this is moving kind of right towards downtown Indianapolis. And so, 80 mile per hour winds on the terminal radar, that is substantial. And so you're going to have a lot of potential damage here just from straight line winds as this moves towards downtown Indianapolis. That's going to affect a lot of people. I'll get some timing on that real quick because I don't want to mess around with 80 mile an hour winds either. When you get straight line winds like that, that's can cause considerable damage. So this is moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. So I don't really know why they have not extended the severe thunderstorm warning into Indianapolis, given how fast that this is moving. Let me turn on the linear mode here so we can kind of get an idea of this as it moves through.
Brett, I'm getting about 62 miles an hour on that.
Okay, 62 miles an hour. So 75 may be a little bit aggressive.
Yep. I think it's a little quick. The one thing to keep in mind with that as you're timing that out and Brett's drawing that, the sheer just momentum, the movement of it is going to help push those winds out as well. Latest scans here in western near Coatesville, western Hendricks County has a 79 mile per hour wind being indicated just southwest of Danville, west of Plainfield.
So we've got in downtown Indy IU Health 923, Indianapolis downtown 925, Greenwood, northern Johnson County. Probably going to be around 9:30 or so. Zionsville, same deal there. So again, this is moving at 62 miles an hour, and I'm kind of just scrolling through. Carmel at 9:32, New Palestine at 9:36, McCordsville and Fishers at 9:39, Noblesville 9:41. So this is rapidly moving to the east here over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. And again, I would expect that this line in terms of the severe thunderstorm warning will be expanded here for the potential of 70 mile an hour plus winds, maybe even 80. Not out of the question as these move to the east. I would say if there's the new warning. And again, I'm kind of surprised they didn't expand it further, but let me click on this. This is for 80 mile an hour winds. Okay, so 80 mile an hour winds with this line moving through Danville, Plainfield, Mooresville, Indianapolis. I'm almost going to treat this as a tornado warning. It's not a tornado, but when you're talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's kind of like what we deal with those derechos in the summer as a comparison. That's how strong that these winds are. It can create major straight line wind damage, power lines down, all kinds of issues with 80-mile-per-hour winds. And so this is going right through Danville, Plainfield, Mooresville, and then the western side of the 465 loop towards downtown Indianapolis. And again, if I had to extend this further to the east, this area here, we just talked about some of the times, will be the next ones at play for the potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds. And so, John, can we get a post out about this on Facebook as well for those that are not on the live, just about this 80-mile-per-hour wind potential too?
Yep, we are actively working on it right now. Yeah, that warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds now. And it would not surprise me here, even for just, I can already see the questions coming in, guys. If you're east of I-65, Eastern Marion County, just because you are not under the warning does not mean, yes, what Brett has drawn, I would expect that 80-mile-per-hour risk to continue to extend further to the east here. So dangerous storm. Those are straight line damaging winds, as Brett mentioned. We'll get a post on that here too. And also, it wouldn't surprise me if we can see a brief spin up in there as well. So either way, risks are definitely quickly increasing here if you're in the greater Indianapolis area.
Yeah, and any reports that you all have, guys, throw them in the comments. If you have damage pictures, obviously don't go out until after this is passed, but feel free to send us messages on Facebook, on Twitter. We'd be happy to share some reports. Those reports help us as well get an idea to alert people even out ahead of this what to expect. And so certainly a very dangerous situation here for downtown Indianapolis, just in terms of wind potential with this 80-mile-per-hour wind risk. I do want to go back down real quick and check on areas further to the south and to the west. Here's that storm near Evansville. It's still looking kind of gnarly here. Let me turn on the velocity scan again and see what we're looking at. I think that we're starting to see a little bit more of a broad rotation signal just west of downtown Evansville, just to the north and to the west of downtown Evansville. Well, we just had a radar update there. You can see, again, look at this hook. Look at the hook here. This is where a tornado would have the potential to drop down as it moves to the north and to the east. And so along State Road 41, eventually along State or Interstate 69, guys, the potential for a tornado, this tornado warning continuing to be ongoing for the cell just to the north of Evansville. We continue to have a tornado warning to include areas like Mount Carmel as well. And then further to the north, I still see, in fact, I see an increasing rotation signal here just south of Linton. And so this is a storm that we're going to need to keep an eye on as it pushes to the north and to the east near Bloomfield and eventually heading towards Monroe County as this works to the north and to the east. This is radar indicated. I would be surprised if they don't issue another tornado warning to the north and to the east. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And so I'm just going to get kind of a quick timing update on this storm right here to get an idea of where there could potentially be a new tornado warning issued on this as it pushes to the north and to the east. And so let me update this track right here. 45 miles an hour. We are looking here at timing.
Brett, I'm being told that it is nasty in Danville. Power's out. The storm is just crashing through. We do have we are adding database capacity to Clarity right now. It seems as if Clarity has crashed. A lot of you are asking about it. We're getting it back up here in just a minute, but we do understand that it is down for the moment. We're hoping that it's up here any second.
Yeah, kind of going through here, looking through some of the comments, kind of looking at some reports at the same time, seeing if there's any other notes up there. Man, this rotation signal is continuing to increase on this cell, Michael, heading right towards Bloomfield. The warning, in my opinion, here is probably going to need to be extended. Go back, turn on the drawing tool through this area here. And so, Bloomington, you're kind of next up And so if you're in Bloomington, if you're in Ellettsville, Western Monroe County, I would go ahead and start getting prepared now for a potential tornado warning to be issued with this increasing rotation signal here just south of Linton as this pushes to the east. Meanwhile, back up to the north, we have really, really intense winds moving through Daneville. I keep mixing Daneville and Plainfield together, trying to say them too fast. Plainfield is next. Plainfield, Mooresville, and then again, downtown Indianapolis next at play for this as this damaging line of severe wind starts to move through. We do have some storms popping out ahead. As John alluded to earlier, not quite getting their act together yet. Maybe need to watch this storm heading towards Franklin. It won't be that intense by the time it works through Johnson County, but for areas to the north and to the east, that'll be a storm to kind of at least keep an eye on down the road. New tornado warning down here with this cell. That is now going to include, based off of radar indications, northwestern Warwick County, northern Vanderburgh County, southeastern Gibson County, and eastern Posey County, and parts of Pike County in southwestern Indiana. That includes the I-69 and I-64 corridor here, so kind of going to cross right over this intersection of highways, I-64 and I-69, and then eventually working kind of
new tornado warning for Indianapolis Metro west side.
Okay. New tornado warning, northwest part of the Indianapolis metro area. We now have 3 tornado warnings ongoing across western parts of Indiana. You can see this storm wrapping right here. I would imagine, based off of this type of a signal, that this could definitely produce a tornado. And so if you were in Pittsboro, if you were in Brownsburg, along Interstate 74, right here, right just northwest of downtown Indianapolis, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is certainly a pretty decent rotation signal that we're seeing here. In fact, I'm going to look to see at the gate-to-gate shear with this. So we've got 58 inbound, and then, outbound, and then we've got, let's see, 20 inbound here. So 78 to 80 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear here. That's pretty decent, I would say. And you can actually see kind of the rotation right through this area here, just kind of southwest of Maplewood. And so if you are in these areas, guys, Maplewood, Pittsboro, Tilden, you need to be taking shelter right now. Get into a basement, get into an interior room. There is the potential that this could easily spit out a tornado with this system as it pushes to the north and to the east. In terms of where this will be next, that's going to include areas like Zionsville, eventually going to be moving in northwestern Marion County, kind of along I-65 and I-465. And so a very, very highly populated area here in the mix for this tornado warning. We'll be keeping a very close eye on reports here as well, given the tight rotation that we're seeing here in the western quadrant of this storm. Here's the latest update.
That may have gone through Danville. I got a text from Jeremy. He said they were in the basement. He said it was bad there, but that may have happened just at or there's. How's the correlation coefficient on that?
Yeah. Pull this up here.
By the way, tornado sirens are going off on the southeast side of Indianapolis. I see the comments too. You guys are not under a tornado warning at this time on the southeast side. It's one of those situations where when one part of the county is issued into it, they'll sound it off for everybody here. So
yeah,
hard to tell, but maybe something here, Michael.
Maybe something suspended right there.
Right here. If there's anything, again, Brownsburg, this is a very, very dangerous situation heading towards you right now. Regardless of the tornado, there's probably 80 mile per hour winds on this either way. Actually, yeah, confirmed tornado now. I just see that pop up. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, heading right towards Brownsburg, Interstate 74 here, guys. And so if you were in the path of this storm, you need to be taking shelter right now. If you have friends and family, guys, you need to be tagging them in this, letting them know to get into the basement right now. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. You can see it on the correlation coefficient now, heading probably right near Tilden and Brownsburg. And guys, kind of tracking this further to the north and to the east in the tornado warning area. I'm going to highlight the area that I'm most concerned about right now in terms of where this tornado on the ground will likely be tracking. So kind of through this area in here over the next 5 to 10 minutes could be a tornado moving through this area. I know that I think Tyler Riggles lives right in this area, one of our meteorologists. So I just saw a message from him that he's taking shelter right now. Brownsburg, Pittsboro, Zionsville, right along I-74, I-65, I-465 here. Take shelter right away, northwest side of Indianapolis.
Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and step off real quickly here myself and assist from an operational standpoint. I will hop back on here in a bit.
Copy.
Okay. Thank you, John.
I will say, Brett, with this particular storm here as well, it's on the north side, that kind of the northern end of this QLCS and kind of the apex of the northern end of that. I was just going to say there's the warning. So the north side of that's probably going to have a wind threat. As this continues to wrap up and move northeast, the inflow notch like that you see here, you are going to continue to see this storm rotate at least for probably the next 10 to 15 minutes. But you're going to toss out big straight line winds on the north side of this and probably the southwest side, southwest Marion County, northeastern Morgan County, northwestern Johnson County. You are probably going to be tossing in some 70-mile-per-hour winds because you've got to think, Brett, it's now what's happening is we're pushing it from the back here on the southwestern corner of this. We're wrapping it in here at the top, and what it's allowing to do is the storm really kind of building a little bit of momentum here. That warning should expand east pretty quickly. Look at that new scan right there. Good Lord. So that's just eastern Hendricks County, south of Brownsburg, just north of Plainfield. And the indications there with wind kind of pushing out from that, you've probably got some embedded 70, 75 mile per hour winds from that. The one thing too with this with the tornado warning, a lot of people are commenting about sirens in Marion County. Brett, can you draw in Marion County where the tornado threat is versus where everyone is hearing the sirens?
Yeah. So guys, the sirens going off probably all across Marion County. That does not necessarily mean that you are under the warning. This area here, I'm going to highlight. And that's into Hendricks County as well. So I'm going to highlight Marion here for a second. This part of Marion County is under the tornado warning, roughly. Okay. My drawing's not the best, but that gives you an idea. This part of Marion County that is in pink is under the tornado warning. If you are not in that, you are not under a tornado warning right now. We're not seeing a tornado for your location. However, there will be damaging wind. And so here, south of this, we have 70 to 80 mile per hour damaging winds, considerable damage possible, probably for the rest of Marion County, to be completely honest, as this moves east. So again, kind of this scribbled in area, that is where you're under the tornado warning in Marion County. If you are east of that or south of that right now, at least you're not in a tornado warning. I would anticipate kind of in this northern quadrant here, guys, just south of Fishers, kind of along I-69, 465 here. I would imagine that for the northern quadrant of Marion County here, that this warning probably gets extended to the east.
Gosh. New scan, Brett. Go to the velocity and the just west of 65. It's probably traveling over 65 now, but new scan right there would indicate some tightening and some rotation there. Your left, right, you're on TIDS on the left. Are you aware of that?
I know. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I like the rotation scan there, kind of highlighting the threat there. Okay, here we go. So you can kind of see that real nasty forward inflow notch right there. That tornado is probably going to be right in that notch in the northern part of that. That's very, very large, Brett. That area there, that rotation area, that's very interesting look on that scan. How is the coefficient on that? And maybe some suspended debris of some sort.
Perhaps one issue that I think we're going to start to run into is it's pretty close to the radar dome.
It's too close, yeah.
And so we're getting some interference. So kind of what you all are seeing here, I don't necessarily think that's debris. I think that it's interference from the radar, because this is only a couple of, 10 miles or so north, if even that much, of the radar. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's a
There it
massive
is.
warning. So an
Yep.
80-mile-per-hour damaging
Gosh.
wind threat. That includes the entirety of Marion County, pretty much. You can see all the way out through Lawrence, Greenfield, Knightstown, goes all the way to Newcastle. It's going to include Fishers as well, guys. So a massive severe thunderstorm warning. Destructive winds possible, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible in here, guys, with this line of storms. And so, certainly concerned about the tornado, but the damaging wind threat is also going to be extremely notable right through downtown Indianapolis, guys.
Brett, if you want to time that out, Brett, I've got 63 miles per hour on the leading edge, running that 80 mile per hour wind gust right through the heart of Indianapolis. And so Greenfield, is it? It's not. You gotta love that tool there. Beech Grove, Lawrence, Greenfield, Knightstown. This is moving east at 62 miles an hour, so we can get some cities of impact for you for potentially 80 mile per hour wind gust.
1.9 million people in this.
That is a heavily populated area right now. If you don't want to be any near any windows or any objects, 80 mile per hour wind is near hurricane force wind, really, at the surface. It's nothing to play with. So aside from even there possibly being a tornado threat, we're probably going to wipe a lot of power out for the majority of the Indy Metro here as this runs through.
Yeah, moving very fast. So kind of just scrolling through some of the cities in here. Carmel at 9:31, Mount Comfort 9:34, New Palestine at 9:35, Fishers 9:35, Spring Lake 9:36. Let's see here. Continuing to kind of go further to the east, Charlottesville 9:49, Emporia 9:51, Shirley 9:51, and then just kind of continuing to scroll through here. If you're in downtown Indy, it's on your doorstep right now. I mean, it is here. It is on your doorstep. I do want to turn back on the velocity here for a second to look at the rotation with this storm here on the northwest side. Holy moly. Yeah, I think that this still probably has a tornado on the ground right here. This is going to be moving across I-65 and 465. Actually, it probably already is there. I think the velocity is slightly behind. So let's look over here at this, kind of near Northwest Manor here. They need to extend this tornado warning. This tornado warning needs to be extended.
Yep, it does.
I don't know why it hasn't been extended. I'm going to go ahead and draw. If you were in, let's say, these areas in here, the tornado warning needs to be extended. Go ahead and get in shelter now. Zionsville, Fishers, Noblesville. Looks like there's a new warning to the south as well. Zionsville, Fishers, Noblesville, kind of along the northern 465 loop. Go ahead and get it in shelter right now. Given the history of a confirmed tornado with the storm, given the continued rotation with it, there needs to be a new tornado warning there. And so, again, if you were in this pink area that I have highlighted here on the left side of my screen, please go ahead and get into shelter right now, and go ahead and tag a friend, let them know to just take preemptive action here. I would be shocked if they don't issue a new tornado warning, and I would imagine that our team is probably, if they're not, probably working on our own warning. I do want to highlight a new severe thunderstorm warning down here to the south. Turn this off for a second. 70 mile per hour wind damage for Johnson County, for more parts of Morgan County, all the way out into Shelby County here. That's going to include Franklin, Greenwood, Bargersville, Nineveh, Shelbyville, Edinburgh, all the way, really, all of these entire counties here. We need to kind of watch this cell too. I'm not seeing anything crazy on it yet, but it's trying to get its act together. As this
Brett, I was just going to try to pull your attention to that. On the last couple of scans, it's trying to get a little tail on it there too.
Yeah. I don't see strong rotation yet. It's right over Franklin right now in terms of where that would be, just to the north. I can hear the thunder here. It's missing my house just to the north, I think. But, this needs to be monitored because, again, it's working into a favorable environment. There's the new tornado warning to the north. So they did go ahead and expand the tornado warning. So new tornado warning to include Zionsville, Fishers, and Noblesville, guys. Again, it has the confirmed
tornado observed, Brett. It's still a tornado reported.
Yep, reported tornado. Let me see if I can go find anything else on the correlation. But look at the gate to gate shear here, right over 465 right now. I would imagine that there is a tornado on the ground in northwestern parts of Marion County, a highly populated area here. And then south of that, there's probably 80+ mile per hour damaging winds, destructive winds working right through downtown Indianapolis here as we go over,
A lot of people asking, is there a tornado on the ground? Yes. Northern Marion County. Yes. You need to be in shelter. Fishers, Lawrence. Brett, go to Clarity and look at the rotation signal. That's really kind of helping kind of clarify where that's at as well. But guys, Northern Marion County, Southern Hamilton County, Noblesville. If you're in any of these cities, you need to be in shelter now. You have no time. You have no time to prepare. You have no time to sit around and wait. Carmel, Fishers, Westfield, McCoursville, Zionsville, you need to be in shelter now. That signal from rotation on Clarity is one of the, when we see signals like that, we normally see a tornado. That's maxing out the color scale there. Meridian Hills, Rocky Ripple, all along the 465 loop. Share it with a friend. Take shelter now. Again, Carmel, heavily populated area, Chesterton, Home Place, Echo Crest, Trails Inn, you name it. Brett, real quick, if you would you turn the warnings off and just show the rotation track just to kind of clear it up a little bit?
Yep.
And that's what we're talking about right there. That's why we're getting that confirmed tornado signal. We should get a new scan here anytime. But if you're on the north side of Indy, the south side of Hamilton County, you need to be in shelter right now, and make sure that this is not a storm. Okay, I want to repeat for you, this is not a storm where you should go outside and look for the damn thing. Don't go out there and look for it, try to video it. These are 80-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado on the ground. Make sure you're in your safe place as this thing moves through.
Yep, for sure. So again, all these colors that you all are seeing, guys, that is really, really strong rotation. Anytime we start seeing those pinks and turquoise colors here, that is indicating extremely strong rotation with this. In fact, you can see it right over Eagle Creek Park just a little bit ago. Just insanely strong rotation. Again, very, very probably a destructive, potentially tornado on the ground here. I'm going to see if correlation may be starting to show something here. It's kind of hard to tell. Again, very close to the radar, so that's maybe the only downside to this. But again, this thing is zooming. It's moving really, really fast. I do want to go back over to radar.
Check that Johnson County cell, Brett, just north of Franklin. It's trying to a little bit there. It's some sloppy broadness there, but that one still needs to be watched on Radar Omega. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm moving back over to Radar Omega here right now.
So that wall of wind is just now west. It's east of the Indy City, of the Indy Metro. It's coming into Beech Grove, Lawrence, Southport right now. You're probably dealing with 60 to potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds as it races across eastern Marion County. Again, with the potential there of widespread damage and power outages, I would imagine galore. I would imagine we're going to be looking at a lot of power outages as we keep going forward here. In fact, I'll get a look at that while we're.
Yeah, we can check on that here after this moves through to see what kind of power outages we're dealing with. But guys, this tornado warned storm and this rotation moving right into Carmel right now, right towards Carmel. It's in between Carmel and Zionsville right now. The worst of this, again, I mean, to be completely honest, I think that this is moving. You can see the hook right here. I think that the worst of this storm is moving right into Carmel and maybe Fishers right now. So again, a very highly populated area on the north side of Indy. You can see the hook just north of 465. You can see the strong rotation here, and just south of it, you're also going to have major straight line wind damage. And so Carmel, Fishers, Noblesville, get into shelter right now. Right now. Do not mess around with it. Get into a basement. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, a closet, away from windows, low on the ground, cover your head with pillows, whatever the case may be, to keep yourself safe. This is not a situation to mess around with on the north side of Indianapolis.
looking like, Brett, just a quick check, and a lot of these are going to be delayed reporting, but I'm getting around 28,000 people without power right now. Majority of that's coming out of Hendricks County, Putnam County, and southern Montgomery County. So getting about 28,000 people right now. I would imagine that would probably quadruple here over the next 30 minutes as new power outage reports come in. I'm also getting reports of no power in western and southwestern Marion County as well.
Yeah, I think that we need to still keep an eye on this storm here west of Bloomington. I'm still seeing some rotation. There's not a tornado warning on it, but I wanted to hop down here and make a note of that because that's moving into northwestern Monroe County, excuse me. It's definitely still showing signs of rotation. I would be surprised if there's not a new tornado warning on this one here before too long because of this rotation signal. This would be tracking just to the north of downtown Bloomington in northern Monroe County, eventually working into Morgan County, kind of towards the Mooresville area. So this is one, it's definitely rain wrapped, it's definitely messy, but I also see some, if I look on Clarity, I also see some rotation on this. In fact, I'm going to go back over to Clarity. I don't know why there's not a tornado warning on this one. There needs to be a tornado warning on this one.
I was gonna say that, but you're saying everything that needs said. I mean, there needs to be a tornado warning there. I don't. Your guess is as good as mine. So let's just call it right now. If you're in western Monroe County, if you are in, let's see, the southeastern portion of Owen County, and if you're in let's see, southwestern Morgan County. Those three counties right there, I think we need some literature for tornadoes there on that coming from the Weather Service here any minute. That storm, it's rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to even have any clue that thing is coming. And it'll be in and out so quick. I think we need to put a warning on it. So if you're in that path along 231 southwest of State Road 46, Spencer, New Hope, Ellettsville, Steinsville, again, west of Bloomington. I think this is going to go northwest of Bloomington Metro, northwest of Indiana University's campus. I would not be shocked to see a tornado warning come out here in the next couple of minutes for it.
Yeah, and just real quick, I see a lot of people asking about sirens going on and off or whatever. Don't even worry about the sirens. They're not going to help you. They're just going to confuse you. Ignore the sirens. I hate to say that, but they're going to confuse you because in some areas they're going off where there's not a tornado warning. Some areas they've stopped where there is a tornado warning. They're not made to warn you, to be completely honest. I know that that's technically why they're made, but they're just not going to help you. They're just confusing you all. So look at what we're saying. If there's a tornado warning that's been issued for your spot, the polygon, take that seriously. We're also saying that western Monroe County, kind of Ellettsville area, also probably needs to be under a tornado warning. But the sirens, I think, guys, are just confusing you all right now because they're on, they're off, and there's just mass chaos right now. So,
Brett, I just have to take a moment to say, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You have joined the dark side. Tornado sirens suck. All right. So anyways, let's get back to that thunderstorm and update, folks. I'm going to share my screen real quick, Brett, for looking at local Doppler radar here. Just on the north side here. That particular rotation now getting close it's over Carmel, Fisher's area. I hate when it does that. I can't click off that warning. There's the observed tornado for the next 13 minutes. Again, look how quickly it's moving. You just can't even click fast enough. Yeah. Just north of Fishers, New Britain, Noblesville. It's if there's a tornado, it's over Carmel right now. We'll go here to the correlation coefficient. Oh, there it is. Look at that, Brett.
Yep. There's a tornado on the ground right now. Probably just moved through Carmel, downtown Carmel.
It probably went through Home Place, Echo Crest. It is moving in. Guys, if you're in Noblesville, along and west of State Road 37, you need to be in shelter now. I mean, that is a signal of suspended debris in the air. That is probably a tornado. In fact, Brett, the void in the return right there, that probably has something to do with debris in the suspended in the cloud. That to me, there's probably some damage that's ripped through a heavily populated area just northwest of Trails Inn, just in the Carmel metro area. That is a signal there that you certainly don't want to sleep on. Let me come back just a little bit. Previous scan, look at it. There it is, Brett. You can watch it.
There has been a tornado that has moved right through Carmel.
Yep, no question about it. And it is rain wrapped all to hell. And this, we'll wait for the next scan to come in here. But southern, I can't stress enough to you guys right now, if you're in southern Hamilton County, the area that I'm most concerned with by that scan, and I'm waiting on a new one, is going to be right here through Noblesville. And just like this, that New Britain, we can see State Road 37. This is, again, this is a concerning signal. There's the new scan. Ooh, gosh, I don't like that. I don't like this on the new scan. We'll see what the new correlation coefficient scan does here in just a moment. But what a signal.
Yeah, just real quick, stay on that. But just real quick, I do want to mention continued tornado warning for Oakland City, kind of along the I-69 corridor for northwestern Warwick County, southeastern Gibson, and Pike County, just west of Jasper, Indiana. I would not be shocked if that tornado warning is expanded towards Jasper here shortly. That's a very gnarly looking supercell there. We also, I did want to make a note, there is a tornado warning for downtown Paducah, Kentucky, a very kind of similar look to what's been going on the north side of Indianapolis. So a tornado warning for downtown Paducah. And we also just saw a few moments ago a supercell and a potential tornado just miss Mayfield, Kentucky, which I know was where the massive EF4 tornado went through a couple of years ago. And so we also have a tornado warning heading towards Union City, Tennessee, just south of there. And so we still have numerous tornado warnings lined up all the way back down into central Arkansas and western Tennessee right now.
Brett, latest correlation coefficient scan now east of Carmel, 146th Street, River Road. There's another scan. There's a tornado on the ground. I'm telling you right now, this is the third scan in a row. I'm going to pull it out here just a little bit and show you the last couple of scans of this. It continues to suspend debris as it travels across southern Hamilton County, East Main Street into Hazel Dell Parkway, River Road, south of East 146th Street, Allisonville Road, heavily populated area. There is likely debris, a tornado on the ground. State Road 37, it's probably going to be there anytime. Again, south of Noblesville. This is relatively speaking, to the scale of Hamilton County, it's a small tornado, but it's impacting a very, very heavily populated area. It's likely a tornado has been on the ground in this area right here for the last 15 minutes. I want to say that again. There's probably been a tornado on the ground right here for the last 15 minutes. If you've got friends or family, anybody in this area, there's been a strong signal for a tornado on the ground here in southern Hamilton County, one of our most heavily populated areas in the state. If you're out ahead of this, Clarksville, west, just south of Noblesville along State Road 37, you need to be in shelter right away. I'm going to go away from this scan real quick, and I'm going to go into the high-res velocity scans, and there it is, still continuing to be a nasty signal there across southeastern Hamilton County.
Yeah,
real encouraging there.
Real quick, Michael, I'm going to take over just really quick, and I'll let you get back to that. But I want to show two things. I want to, number one, show a confirmed tornado in downtown Paducah right now. So we have, let me get this screen on here. We have a confirmed tornado, and that is including downtown Paducah, so another very heavily populated area. You can see the strong rotation moving right over the Paducah airport. So I did want to be sure to note that. So if you have friends and family in that area, need to be taking shelter right away. I also wanted to go here, and I wanted to highlight. So this is on the north side here where this is, but I want to highlight. I believe that the team put out a nowcast. Let me see if I can find the right location here, guys. Here we go. So this is what we are keeping an eye on with that cell west of Monroe County, where there's been all of this rotation. So the team put this out about 15 minutes ago, where we need to monitor for rotation. So if this were to sustain itself as it moves northeast, we need to keep an eye on Spencer. We need to keep an eye on Martinsville, Mooresville, and again, potentially downtown Indianapolis. I think probably downtown Indianapolis with this main line moving through will be okay, but I do think that we need to keep an eye on this cell here. You can kind of see how it's been hooking. We can turn the rotation tracks on it. Look at that there. Ellettsville, and then eventually towards Martinsville here in a little bit. So at least worth keeping an eye on there.
Yep. This thing has wreaked havoc. That it has, as it has moved through the area tonight. I would imagine once we start getting photos and reports of this stuff being out of here, we're going to be looking at widespread damage throughout the area. Brett, go to Clarity, turn all the alerts off, hit play on the radar. I want to show people the general direction of that thunderstorm cluster down there in southwest Indiana, and how it is projecting again east northeast. And listen, if you're in places like Columbus, Seymour, south central, southeastern Indiana, this has a really nasty look, and the environment out ahead of it is very concerning.
Yeah. So again, guys, here's a look. We take a look at this. Gosh, I mean, a couple of key things here. Number one, general kind of a southwest to northeast movement. You can see here to the north where we get these bulges in the line, this bowing of the line. It's where you can start to get the rotation. It's moved right through Carmel and now Noblesville. And if we scroll down here, guys, look at this cell down here near Jasper. We still have kind of these supercells here out ahead, moving from southwest to northeast. And so, guys, I think additional tornado potential in this corridor going to continue.
Brett, sorry to cut you off. New tornado observed still northeastern, eastern side of Hamilton County, western and southwestern side of Madison County, southern Madison County, and really the far southeastern portion of Tipton. But this is mainly for eastern Hamilton and southern Madison County there. New tornado warning reported, continuing to suggest a tornado is on the ground. If you are in the Anderson area, you need to be in shelter. Lapel, you need to be in shelter. You can see that storm is tracking right for your location. That warning goes for how much longer, Brett? That's a
34 minutes.
Yep, 34 minutes.
34 minutes. So, gosh, 10, 15-ish. 10, 15. You can see the hook here again, Michael. You can see the hook.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy, guys. I want to pause real quick and just say, hey, all of you watching, there's tens of thousands of you watching right now. It's unbelievable how many are watching. Thank you for watching. I hope we're making a difference, keeping you safe. Make sure you're subscribing to the YouTube channel and you're following the X page and the Facebook page. We are asking for nothing right now. We are not asking for you to buy anything. We're just asking you to subscribe, follow along, share it with a friend so we can keep people safe. It's the only thing we care about right now, as that observed tornado continues to move through eastern Hamilton County and western Madison County, including the city of Anderson. That signal, Brett, is continuing to just plot just a track there of a tornado. I mean, this thing may have been on the ground for multiple counties.
Yeah, I think that it's probably been on the ground since Daneville. There was a report I wanted to read off from Eric. Let's see here. Number one, Eric says we have no power at our house. He's in Daneville. I'm not there, but based on velocity, it was very, very close. And then somebody sent a note over. Okay, Kirk said, just got off the phone with Lauren and Jeremy. They are okay, totally without power. Air got sucked out of their house. Tornado likely missed them by less than a few miles. So really, really notable damage there already coming out of Daneville, Indiana. And so it's likely that's pretty much where it touched down. Was probably right over by Eric and Lauren there in Daneville, and has then stayed on the ground most likely all the way across northwestern Marion County and now into Noblesville, the Noblesville area and towards Anderson now.
Brett, that thunderstorm in northwestern Monroe County, I have no clue how it doesn't have a tornado warning. I'm texting Brian right now. I think he's referring to that storm that we've issued our own tornado warning on it. I believe we have a private BAM tornado warning out for northern Monroe County. Is that right?
Yes, we do. Okay. Let me see if I can.
Yep. Okay.
on the.
If you want to go to, or if you want to just go to, I've got it pulled up here real quick on Omega.
Yeah.
Just to show what I'm talking about, because just the sheer, I don't understand right now why there's not a warning here. We're going to be looking at the wind, kind of doing one of these numbers. All right, this is kind of how that would be shaping up. It would be totally rain wrapped. It would be just west and southwest of Ellettsville, or just west. There it is. There's a new scan. So you can kind of see, and it's interesting now. It may not be as organized on the rotation there. You're probably looking at 75-mile-per-hour winds here on the backside. But guys, along and west of 69 in Monroe County, it's north of Bloomington Metro. It's northwest of there. It's in the northwestern portion of Monroe County, and it's going to be coming into southern Morgan County, Martinsville, Morgantown, Paragon. All right. That's where this is headed. It is headed your direction, and it'll be there in no time.
Yeah, I'm just kind of continuing to scan through here, try to see if we can find any reports. Still looking. I was just about to turn looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning up there near Anderson as well. Let me turn the correlation on, and then I'll share my screen again. See if we can still. This tornado may have lifted, Michael. It's not looking. I'm not seeing as notable of a signal on the correlation now. Maybe a little bit here east of Noblesville, but that's at least a little bit of a good signal that perhaps this is becoming a bit disorganized, a little bit less organized. Sorry, radar going crazy there. Regardless, stay in shelter if you're from Noblesville to Anderson, kind of in that corridor in there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just north of that for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. And again, all of these areas, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts here from Indy to Greenfield, Franklin to Greenwood, warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And again, as Michael was talking about, need to be keeping an eye on this storm moving through northwestern Monroe County and into parts of Morgan County up by eventually Martinsville for potential rotation in here. Not seeing a signal that there's anything on the ground kicking up debris at this point, but there certainly has been rotation here, and you can see it. You can still see the broad rotation right over Ellettsville.
Yep. Take a quick check here on just west of Jasper. Look at that.
Big problem here.
Yep, that's a nasty signal there. Oakland City, that is what county is just west of Jasper? Oh gosh, darn it!
There's the new tornado warning to include Jasper.
Yep. Okay. Yep. There it is. So that's going to be northwestern Warwick and southeastern Gibson.
Yep.
Counties there. And did the new one come in for Jasper?
Yep, new tornado warning for Jasper.
There it is. Yep. So the one west of that, Brett, is a tornado observed. That's a tornado reported right there. That's an observed tornado. Now Huntingburg and Jasper there along State Road 162, that is going to be the tornado warning for 43 minutes. That's going to be, let's see, we're Du Bois County. Du Bois County. Yep.
So, guys, we actually now we've got five confirmed tornadoes right now from the north side of Indy, that storm, and then we have this one here that we're tracking heading right towards Jasper. If you're in Jasper, take shelter right away. This is heading right at you.
That's a nasty signal there.
It is a confirmed tornado. We also, this new warning out to the west, heading kind of towards Princeton, including areas like New Harmony and Armstrong, just north of Mount Vernon. This is also a confirmed tornado right now, guys. It's moving right towards the radar dome here in southwestern Indiana. And then these two tornado warnings in Kentucky, one of them just went off, but this one just east of Paducah, also a confirmed tornado just east of Paducah, moving to the north into the east.
New tornado warning in north central Indiana. Head up to Elwood, Alexandria area.
Yep, right here. So new tornado warning right now, guys. You can see the broad rotation here heading towards Elwood, and just kind of to the east of Atlanta, Indiana, over Aroma, Indiana. If there's going to be a tornado with this, you can kind of see some of the broad rotation right in here. It would be moving right across State Road 37 here any minute, really. And so Could be another tornado here. Not an observed one, it looks like yet, but it is a radar indicated rotation signal here with this tornado just north of the one that has been producing a tornado. So that tells you the type of environment that it's in. And again, heading towards Elwood, Indiana right now. So 2 tornado warnings on the north side, and then we have these here on the south side, 3 tornado warnings lined up. These are confirmed tornadoes down here. Very, very concerned about Jasper. A strong rotation signal here heading kind of right towards Jasper. Take a look at the correlation coefficient here. See if we can pick up anything, maybe a little bit something there, Michael. Just north of Stindle along State Road 257. Go back. Yeah, you can kind of track it there.
There's something there. It may be small, but it's there. It may be a little bit scattered throughout the cloud, but it's there.
So likely a tornado on the ground heading towards western Du Bois County here momentarily. And then again, another confirmed tornado working towards the Princeton area just south of Mount Carmel. That is in far southwestern Indiana. And guys, look what I'm continuing to notice here. This is interesting. I was just about to say, I'm noticing all of these notches here in southwestern Indiana. All along here.
And that's the low level jet. The nose of the low level jet there is it's alive and well now, and that's, you can see that. I mean, Evansville is going for round 3. My goodness.
Yeah. We may need to keep it. I'm not sure if this is. Let me see if I can track this. But that's an interesting.
Another signal there.
Yeah. I think that there needs to be a new tornado warning there. No. There needs to be a new tornado warning for Evansville probably.
Well, there's so many of them. You're having a. Let's see here.
But it doesn't look like they're under one. But I'm seeing some kind of potential debris here. Right here. Right along the kind of the nose of this, right in here. And so, I'll have to verify that maybe with a couple of more scans, but you kind of scroll through here with this leading edge, and this is going to be moving right through Evansville. Regardless of the tornado or not there, this is a considerable threat in terms of straight line wind damage moving right through Evansville again, as you alluded to, kind of the third round right now.
Yep. Okay.
New tornado warning on the north side.
Yep, there it is. And Brett, I was just looking at the meso analysis. That's the best environment in Indiana right now is east-northeast Indiana for whatever reason. That's where the EHI is still the highest. There's a pocket of higher Cape in eastern Indiana right there as well, which I think is why we're seeing the enhanced helicity values. But Anderson, Alexandria, Muncie, this whole area right now, I mean, there's a couple of areas in here, Brett. There could be a couple of tornadoes here.
It's messy, so it's a little hard to tell, but right in here, and then, I mean, to be completely honest, maybe a couple of different areas in here. You can kind of see right in here, maybe a little notch. So maybe moving across I-69. This does include Muncie. So if you're in Muncie, take shelter now. If you're in Alexandria, take shelter now. I think the most concerning part would be right here, based off what I'm seeing. But this entire area, there's a reason that they made it so big. It's because there's all these little notches here. Anywhere along this line could spin up a tornado. In fact, look down here too.
Yep.
Another little notch that we're going to need to keep an eye on.
So that tornado warning there, guys, that Brett's talking about, that one's going to go for the next 23 minutes. It is a tornado or a radar indicated tornado, not yet confirmed. Brett, can we get a check back on northern Monroe, southern Morgan County right now? An interesting new scan there, a little inflow notch developing on that scan right there, just northeast of Hindutson. I don't even know how to say that.
I've never heard of that town before. Sorry if you live there.
Sorry.
I've driven through there before.
Yep. Let's see. That storm there again. That's going to be coming in on the southwestern side of Morgantown and Martinsville. In fact, you can see where it says, Tammy, that happens to be where my mother-in-law, my sister-in-law live. That's the indication of it's heading right to where they live.
Yes, it is.
2 years ago to almost to the day, a tornado went through literally their backyard. It's very eerie. And that went through, when it went through New Whiteland. That's when we had the EF3 in Whiteland 2 years ago during spring break. But that storm there, I'm concerned about as it continues to move off to the east and northeast rather quickly with that inflow notch on the latest scan, some rotation there. Nonetheless, even if you don't get a tornado, you're going to have some very, very strong winds with that as it's lifting off to the northeast. I really wouldn't be shocked for this thing to get an official tornado warning for southeastern Morgan County here at any time. I really think with that new inflow notch, it's going to change it a little bit here. Guys, go ahead, Brett.
I was just going to say, I just looked at the nowcast for Southern Indiana that John just put out. I'm just going to go down here because it's going to show it on the radar. But this is, this is a gnarly looking line in Western Kentucky and in Southwest Indiana. If you have friends and family here, in Southwest Indiana, and then probably eventually into the Louisville Metro area, you need to be letting them know now to get prepared, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tornado warnings just in this corridor here right now.
Brett, a lot of people asking for Johnson County, Greenwood area, Morgan County, Shelby County, Franklin, that area there. Give us an update. That storm right there, that needs to, I think as that storm moves into draw for me southeastern Morgan, central Johnson County, and northwestern Shelby County. Draw that out for me. That's the area. I think if that over the next 30 minutes, this area right here that Brett is drawing in the purple, you need to be prepared for a possible tornado or a quick spin up, or at least a very intense thunderstorm over the next 30 minutes as that moves northeast through southeastern Morgan, central and north central Johnson County. That's going to include cities like Greenwood, Trafalgar, Bargersville, Franklin, Whiteland, New Whiteland, Morgantown, Martinsville. Let's see, what else am I missing here? Northwestern or southeastern side of Marion County, Beech Grove, Southport area. Yeah. So right there, that storm as it tracks northeast, I wouldn't be shocked to see a tornado warning come out here fairly soon if this continues.
Yeah.
That's not as organized, which is encouraging.
That's good, but you can still see it here.
Yeah.
You can still kind of see where the rotation would be. It's not quite as organized, at least not yet, as what we had near Danville, but it needs to be watched very, very carefully.
Yeah, and how about that Anderson storm?
Yeah, let's go up here. Man. So let's see. Get my bearings here because it's getting really, really rain wrapped, but you can see.
Yep.
Maybe in there. I'll turn on the correlation coefficient to see if we can determine if there might be anything. Oh, let me see.
Brett, I'm getting reports here from a source that says building collapse in Brownsburg, 4 people missing.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Not confirmed yet, but it's coming out. It's coming out on the scanners. So that is certainly something interesting.
Which is, right where it moved through.
Right where it tracked through. We're probably going to start hearing some things like this here over, I would imagine, the next hour or beyond. There was definitely a tornado. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
No doubt about it. So we've got new warnings real quick out towards Richmond and Winchester for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So extreme winds continuing further to the east. Looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on the south side as well. It doesn't look like they went tornado warning, but they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to include Franklin. It's going to include Bargersville, Greenwood, Martinsville, Morgantown, Trafalgar, all of these areas in here under the severe thunderstorm warning. And we still need to watch it very, very carefully right in here. To see if this rotation can tighten up at all, because then you're going to start getting into some populated areas on the south side, including where I am at right now, Franklin, Bargersville, and Morgantown. So that needs to be watched very, very carefully.
Yep. I would say too with this as well. Gosh, the northern end of that thing is nasty, guys. I see your. By the way, I see all of your all's questions. There's just no way we can answer all of them. I'm not ignoring you on purpose, just so you know. I know there's just so many people asking questions, but we're trying our best here to bounce around and keep you as posted as possible as this moves through. Look at that signal right there.
Yeah, this is just one scan, so I want to give it one more, but potentially a tornado on the ground right over I-69, kind of heading towards Gaston. It's gone on the next scan, so that's good. Maybe something dropped down very quickly.
Brief. Yep.
It's hard to tell, but it looks like at least it also. I mean, these winds are so destructive. 80. I wouldn't even be shocked if greater than 80-mile-an-hour winds that you could start getting straight line wind damage lifted up into this with a rotating updraft as well.
Brett, a couple of things here. Structure fire north Ronald Reagan Parkway, East 56th Street with entrapment. 901 East Northfield Drive. Let's see. Structure collapse. Confirmed structure fire. 450 East. Confirmed flames. 901 Northfield Drive. Confirmed entrapment. Entrapment contact has been made. Person is entrapped and cannot move. More people are possibly inside the structure. I'm assuming this is in southern Hamilton County. I cannot confirm exactly where those are coming from. Eric, I know you sent those. You sent that. Where is that for exactly? Anyone on the staff, on the team here, do we have reports coming in of Hendricks, Marion, Hamilton County of any confirmed tornado or any issue going on safety-wise with people, structures, or anything like that? Please put those in the chat for me so I can report those. That Boeing segment there coming in there in Booneville is nasty.
This is a confirmed tornado, Michael.
Confirmed tornado now, just west of Booneville. Okay.
Yep. So just moved through the east part of Evansville. It's heading right towards Newburgh and Booneville right now. And so we're getting some crazy lightning here in Franklin now too. This is a very dangerous situation here, and again in a relatively populated area, just to the east of Evansville with a confirmed tornado. I'm going to kind of read the verbiage here to see what it says. Let's see here. Radar confirmed tornado. So this is a radar confirmed tornado. Tornado producing storms located along a line extending from near Casson to Evansville to near Henderson, moving northeast at 75 miles an hour. And so again, Booneville, you're kind of the next one up with this area. This one has officially, via radar indications, produced a tornado on the ground. You can see a new, still this tornado warning ongoing here near Jasper. It's moving right through Jasper right now. And zooming out, still have this tornado warning up near Muncie as well. Southern Indiana, you still have a long way to go with this. Still a lot of activity out to the south and to the west.
Brett, I'm going to pop this up on the screen real quick. John Kemper is awaiting confirmation, but this is apparently a look at the tornado that was in Brownsburg right now here this evening. We're waiting to get confirmation on if that's the case, if he's confident in that, but we are waiting to hear whether or not that came through Brownsburg, which you can see the rope style tornado there illuminating with lightning in the background. A wicked view. That's a wicked view there. A nighttime tornado looking like that. Certainly not anything that you'll want to mess with or experience. That's for sure. We want to pray and keep these people in our thoughts here that may have been impacted by this tornado tonight. I again don't have a lot of information yet, but we're waiting to see what more will come out of this. Guys, real quick here, quick pause. Our brains are spinning 1,000 miles per hour. We'll get back to radar in just a second. Make sure, if you haven't, subscribe to the YouTube channels, like the pages, Facebook. I will tell you, if you want to continue to get updated on this tonight, all right, if you want alerts sent to your phone, to your device, we do have free trials for Clarity. You don't have credit card. We'll send you the information to your phone. You can go to sign up for a free trial right now to try out our platform. Everything we've been tracking for you tonight, we've been using that all you got to do is go click start free trial, or you can scan the Clarity free trial there. We send alerts to your phones. All right. So just want to kind of throw that out there, that if you haven't done it, you could do so now. The building collapse, this is a report here coming in from Steve Wright. The building collapse with entrapment is at the O'Reilly Auto Distribution Center in Brownsburg. All right, so a partial warehouse collapse in Brownsburg. Not good at all. Thank you for the report, Steve, and for the other ones of you that are sending that. Thoughts and prayers with those folks for sure.
Here's a look at the confirmed tornado that's now kind of moving east towards Newburgh, towards Booneville right now. So that tornado warning is still active. We do have a new tornado warning as well to the north. That's going to include Shoals, just to the west of French Lick. Not a confirmed tornado at this time, but we definitely see some radar indicated rotation as this cell evolves, guys. And so kind of right through this area in here, we're seeing this messy rotation moving to the north and to the east. And so heading towards Shoals, just west of French Lick, a new tornado warning in effect. I do want to go back up to Muncie as well, because this continues to be a spot with a potential tornado here. I haven't seen anything confirmed. It looks like it's really hard to tell just in terms of the rotation, but I would say right through here, perhaps there's some rotation, maybe a little bit more out near Alexandria as well. Some very, very damaging wind gusts likely moving through downtown Muncie and Ball State right now as well. I would say that if there is a tornado that drops down, it could be on the northern side of this, but I'm noticing kind of a little bit of a notch here, right here as well. I'm not seeing a strong rotation signal with that yet, but that's something at least to kind of monitor just south of downtown Muncie as well. Regardless, if you were in this warning, there's a reason it's so big. It's because, we've got all these little vortices here. This is actually what we call a bookend vortice. We have an extremely strong low-level jet that's moving through here and forcing extreme wind on the leading edge of this storm. And when you get these bookend vortices, you can get all kinds of little spin-ups here on the north side of this line. And so that's why you have all these little notches. You see these little notches, these little curves that you see here. That's why this entire area is still under the tornado warning. You need to remain in shelter right now if you are in Muncie.
Brett, I've got an image here of the Brownsburg warehouse just sent to me from my buddy Jay Wilson over there on the Brownsburg chatter. There's a look at some of the damage on at least side of that. At least I can say, thankfully, the structure is still standing. But it has taken some extensive damage, extensive hit to it. I do have some more information that some folks are saying that this was a large tornado. The picture that we showed moments ago that we thought could have been out of Brownsburg was not from that tornado. That was from the March 31st, 2023 tornado. That was not the tornado we just showed. I'm getting reports from trusted sources that there was a large wedge tornado, potentially wide tornado on the ground. I'll get more as I get more. I'll share more with it.
Real quick, the Muncie warning is now a confirmed tornado. So up here, we do have a confirmed tornado that includes the Muncie area. That's a radar confirmed tornado. Let me see if I can find anything on the correlation coefficient real quick, guys. Right there. There it is. Looks like some kind of a confirmed...
Share your screen, Brett.
Oh, am I not? Sorry, guys.
You're good.
There we go.
Yep, there it is.
So you can see it. It looks like wow. Looks like it probably hit the ground right over I-69.
Yep.
Over the last couple of frames has moved to the east. And so a confirmed tornado, guys. This is north of Muncie. So it's not in downtown Muncie, but Gaston and Anthony, and eventually moving out towards Eaton. Given that signal, I would go ahead and expect this tornado warning will continue to push further to the east. So if I had to draw out an area based off the current track, we're kind of looking at this area in here for the next tornado warning. That's going to include Portland here and areas kind of to the north and to the east of Muncie. And so confirmed tornado. I don't know what count we're at now, but another confirmed tornado northeast of Muncie here. moving to the north and to the east need to be taking shelter right away if you are in this area. What a crazy
real,
city.
real
Yeah.
quick here while give you a break here. You've been going for a minute. I want to take us over to Clarity, where
Okay.
we have a new MD that's been issued for Central Indiana. Gosh darn it, where did it go? Did I lose it? Sorry,
I don't
guys.
see it.
1 second. My screen went away. We do have a new MD, what we call an expert mesoscale discussion, and what that is for is basically what they're saying here is that we're going to continue to see latest radar data is suggesting an intense Boeing segment with embedded supercells, and possibly going to continue to see winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. And what it's talking about this working into the north and east. All right. This is going to continue here as that builds north and eastward. You are looking at the potential for just really, really nasty thunderstorm complexes. What it continues to say is that this will also pose a risk for tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. Further south, on the southern part of it, semi-discrete supercell clusters are tracking east-northeastward with a very favorable environment for tornadoes. The activity will continue to pose a risk for tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. And again, it is this area, this red circle here, if you can see it. It's all of this nastiness down here, just working north and east. So we are in for it here over the next hour or so as this thunderstorm cluster continues to come through the state. We're going to real quick. I want to just bounce back out here. I'm going to turn some layers off and try to give Brett's brain a break here. We've got multiple confirmed tornadoes now down here across western portions of Kentucky. Look at that, just west of Mayfield. A bad storm south and east of Mayfield just went through Benton, Murray, Kentucky. And then over here towards Eddyville and southern, just south of Marion, Kentucky, another observed tornado reported. The Evansville tornado still has that observed tornado warning. You can just see, I'll take the alerts off here real quick. I want you to see just the bowing segments of these thunderstorms and how they're kind of just twisting and turning with the scans here. You can see that one right here. You saw that it's got that inflow notch. You can almost see the rotation in the radar as it's looping. And then you go up here to the north. Look at this one coming into Johnson County. This one right here.
I was just about to say, Michael, we need to continue to keep an eye on that one. I think it's maybe weakening a little bit with the tighter rotation, but still worth monitoring.
We'll take it over to local radar here. And yeah, this is, again, a concerning look, at least for now. It's broad. Northern Johnson County, you're probably getting hit pretty hard, though, with some winds. Greenwood area, indications here of near 70 mile per hour winds. Greenwood, Rock Lane, very strong winds there across the northern portion there of Johnson County. But what I want to kind of point your attention to real quick, again, is just the nature of how this has just been trying to do something for a while. And luckily it hasn't. But as this part here continues to move off to the north and east, I am concerned that it wouldn't shock me if it can organize. It wouldn't shock me if a last minute tornado warning could come out here across portions of Shelby, Marion, and Johnson County there in the north, where I'm drawing this white drawing here. So we just need to watch this, see how it's going to evolve. And thankfully it hasn't done anything yet. But we just don't want to take our guard down off of that one. We'll come back out here, and we are seeing a little bit of a looks like we have this new tornado warning here down.
Yep.
Click on the different radar. This one, oh wow, look at that one. It's for Shoals, south of Lagodi. That one's going to go for southern Martin County and southeastern Davies County. That's going to go until 10:30. You can obviously see clear and present, probably two spots here, really, where that is moving off to the north and east there. Again, radar indicated tornado there. Look at the hook down to the south there, just north there. And what is that, Du Bois County, Brett? It's Jasper?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Yep, Du Bois County.
Northern Du Bois, a little bit of a tail there on that particular cell. And again, you can see right where the main concern would be in the inflow there and where that rotation is. They're just south of Shoals. So if you're in the path of that storm, if you're in French Lick, Shoals, you guys need to be in your safe places as the storm tornado warned, head north and east. Shoo, boy, this is busy, Brett. Huh? Is this an observed tornado?
Yep, new
Southwest
tornado. Yep, new tornado. Oh, you're down there. I was gonna say new tornado warning in Eaton, just north of Muncie.
We'll jump up there real quick.
Another one up there.
Yep.
That I just saw.
That's broad and interesting looking. That's a high elevated scan there. You're almost out of the ring of the radar, but
yeah,
probably some broad rotation up in here, moving through Eaton, Indiana right now. New tornado warning there. Let's see. That one is going to be, what is that, Brett? That is Muncie, Delaware County until 10:30. So northern Delaware County, guys, tornado warning until 10:30. Seek shelter now, and safe spots here. Let's see what else we have, Brett. Is there an tornado in southwest Indiana? Just a new warning. Okay.
No, nothing. There's still the observed one that's moving through Booneville, but nothing new. We talked about that one earlier. So there's still a tornado that has been confirmed that is still in effect, moving kind of towards Booneville, just to the east of Evansville. Kind of looking at some of the velocity scans down there, I certainly can see why that one is still having been issued. I think that one probably needs to be expanded east again, Michael.
Which one are you talking about, Brad? I think we lost our screen share here.
Oh.
What happened there?
There we go.
Shoot. There
this
we
one.
Go. Yep.
Right here.
Yep.
Just to the northeast of Booneville.
Yep.
I would imagine that this warning will be expanded eastward to include Huntingburg and Dale and Ferdinand, kind of along the I-64 corridor here. I would imagine that this will be expanded to the east. Again, this is one that has produced a tornado. It did produce a confirmed tornado kind of out towards Evansville and Newburgh. And so I would imagine that given the history of this one and given the rotation continuing, that this will probably be extended in terms of the tornado warning further east. And kind of heading with this southwest and northeast movement, Michael, this is going to need to be monitored once again for areas just south of Jasper.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the gosh, down there is they are just getting hit hard down there.
Over and over.
Man. Gosh. It's crazy. Unless I'm just not in tune right now, which I'm probably not because my brain is so out of it. I thought we'd be hearing more reports of some damage and some stuff going on. I haven't quite heard a whole lot yet. Maybe that's a good thing. At least I hope so.
Yeah.
But just haven't seen a lot in the way of reports right now. Look, that radar, Southern Indiana is just crazy.
All right, so, oops, I didn't mean to put Express Deal on here. It's not snowing.
All right, I've got an update for us. Over 150 pending runs right now for EMS and fire in Marion County. Hendricks County Fire and EMS are tapped out, utilizing aid from surrounding counties. So we're getting some stuff here. Hendricks County has utilized all their operations radio channels, no more available. Collapse teams are being sent over to the warehouse that we talked about. The tornado was observed and estimated to be 100 miles away from Brownsburg Firehouse. There's a swath of damage reported in adjacent to neighborhoods in Brownsburg as well. Sounds like there's been some nastiness go through Hendricks County. So we need to certainly keep those folks in our thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, continuing to kind of watch down here, Michael, a lot of these storms rotating. I know that these down in western Kentucky, just real quick, both of these tornado warnings have been confirmed. This cell here, kind of heading towards Madisonville, that has a confirmed tornado on it. And so 3 different confirmed tornadoes here in western Kentucky as they just continue to get hit over and over and over. I still have this one just to the east of Evansville. It hasn't been extended yet. Still think that it could be extended. Still watching this one. Let me look at the southern Indiana. Look at this one here. heading kind of towards French Lick near Shoals.
Yep.
Still a good look here. And I'm even seeing maybe a little bit of a hook trying to show up near Bedford. Let me look at a velocity scan there for the Bedford area to see if there's any rotation showing up. Go down to the Louisville radar here. Wow, look at that. So certainly some strong rotation here just west of French Lick. And maybe a little bit of broad rotation here near Bedford, but not super strong yet, which is why there's not a tornado warning, at least on it at this time. But still a lot of rotating storms down here in southwestern parts of Indiana.
Just got a crazy video from my buddy Austin Ham of a tornado of a transformer blowing up. I'll pull it up here in just a second. I'm starting to get quite a few updates now on the situation here. Apparently, just sirens are nonstop all over the place in Hendricks County. So I think we're going to start seeing, I would imagine, in the wake of some things out there, what we've dealt with there. Let's see here.
Yeah, we need to continue to kind of keep an eye on this storm moving through Johnson County too. I'm not seeing any kind of a strong rotation signal, but a little bit of some bowing here. And maybe some broad rotation, nothing crazy yet, but I think that we do need to at least kind of monitor this as it works towards Shelby County. New severe thunderstorm warning up there. It looks like that warning near Muncie is probably going to be allowed to expire. Looks like maybe a new tornado warning here near Jasper. I think that was the one we were just talking about. Yeah.
I'm looking for some reports, Brett, while you're looking at that to see if there's anything I can.
So a new tornado warning that's going to include Jasper. It's going to include Huntingburg. It's getting difficult to see because there are so many different warnings right now, from tornado warnings to severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. But going through here, heading kind of just to the south or right towards Jasper. Jasper, you were under another tornado warning. You need to be in shelter right now. This is a pretty decent look, I would say, in terms of a tornado potential signal here. A lot of rotation with this notch heading into Du Bois County again. So once again, Du Bois County, you are under a tornado warning. You need to be taking shelter right now. A new severe thunderstorm warning as well, extending all the way out towards the Louisville, just west of the Louisville Metro area for 70-mile-an-hour winds potentially.
Gosh,
it says rotation.
Brett, I've got 73-mile-per-hour wind gust report from a trained spotter in Greencastle. 81-mile-per-hour wind east southeast of Danville. Gosh, there's a ton of reports coming in now. 87-mile-per-hour wind measured just north of Lapel. You can see the damage path. It's starting to generate reports there.
Flash flood warning for Marion County.
Marion County, Indiana,
Yep.
right now? Okay. Flash flood warning. All right.
I'm
going to pull up.
Yeah. Real quick, Michael, I just wanted to notice, I'm still kind of starting to see some little notches heading through northern and central Johnson County that we need to kind of continue to at least monitor.
Yeah. So, man, that certainly could be. You know, it's just interesting to me that looked to me. I couldn't know how you wouldn't be able to say yes or no to a tornado. So to me, it's like that at the time of night and everything going on, I feel like there needs to be a warning there. There's things spinning there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Northern Johnson County, southeastern Marion, northwestern Shelby County, southern Hancock County. There, you guys need to be in shelter. I think. I mean, this is a nasty thunderstorm headed through there.
I'm gonna go through this area in here. I mean, there's multiple little notches in there. You could argue further north, kind of near the. There's our office, right near our office.
Yep.
But there's just messy rotation really all through the northern half of Johnson County.
Brett, I'm going to share real quick just to kind of a look here at some power flashes here that came out of Clayton, Indiana, from a buddy that sent this to me. Check that out. He's watching a transformer blow up in that video. Said he could have viewed it from 2 miles away. It's crazy. Right now, guys, just so you're aware, out of in the state of Indiana, out of tracking 3.2 million people, there's 117,000 people without power right now across the state. I would imagine we're going to add to that across northern Johnson County here momentarily as well.
New tornado warning to include French Lick and areas just north of Paoli.
Yep. Okay.
Right here.
Yep.
So again, a pretty decently populated area. That's a very oddly small tornado warning. I think that you could make the argument that needs to be expanded into Mitchell, Indiana, right through here. I would go ahead, French Lick. If you're along State Road 37 out towards Mitchell, Indiana, go ahead and take shelter.
Yep.
If there hasn't been a tornado warning, or there's not going to be one issued, there needs to be one issued for Mitchell. As this, you can see the hook right here, move to the north and to the east.
You're not sharing, Brett. Turn your radar back on. If anybody can send Brett a shot of life, we need it.
I am good. I'm good. It's when we shift the sharing that it goes off. So
well, I'll tell you what. We'll keep the sharing on yours. That way we don't have that happen anymore.
Yeah, we have been on for 3 hours, so this is a record.
Yeah, 3 hours. There's 23,000 people watching right now. New tornado warning. There it is, Brett. Coming in Bedford and Mitchell right now.
Yep. Cool. There it is. It's a little bit even further north. So, yeah, Bedford, Mitchell, take shelter right now. French Lick to Mitchell to Bedford along State Road 37. You need to take shelter right now.
Like that.
Yeah, this is a potentially one of the stronger rotation signals we've seen in a little while. Kind of going right through Orangeville, just to the west of Orangeville here. This one, I think, definitely has the capability of producing a tornado. And so, again, Mitchell, Bedford, French Lick, you need to take shelter right now. A very dangerous situation here with this rotating storm moving kind of right towards State Road 37 there in Lawrence County, moving towards Lawrence County, Indiana. I'm going to turn on the correlation coefficient, see if there's anything yet. I think that's a hail signature. A spike of hail, probably some large hail in that. We'll be keeping a very close eye on this one to see if it drops anything down.
Brett, that storm in southern Marion County right now is indicating 100-mile-per-hour winds just southeast of Southport. If you want to hover over that one, turn on velocity in southern Marion County. The velocity scans are pretty wicked right there, indicating 100-plus mile-per-hour winds now. Interesting. I would question the validity of the scan, but nonetheless, that's wild. I don't know if we had a burst of wind mixed down to the surface or what that is. But I mean, nonetheless, that's a really, really aggressive.
It looks like it might be like a microburst.
Yeah, it could possibly be that a cycle of the storm. Wow, nonetheless, that's an impressive signal southeast side of Marion. And just to update you on that, the power outages in Marion County are growing rather quickly. In Hancock County, just east there, 20% of the county is now without power. So,
yeah, this area here, based off of that signal, in terms of wind, this is warned for 60 miles an hour. That may need to be bumped up to 70 to 80 at least. If you don't buy the crazy little downburst, microburst type of a signal. So Greenfield, Southport, southeastern Marion County, go ahead and stay away from windows.
Yep.
Continuing to keep an eye on this line in here. We're finally getting hit here. It doesn't seem too crazy in Franklin. I think we kind of got split with the worst of it. But definitely pretty windy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get caught up on comments here and what you all are saying and see if there's any. Okay, I want to see that. Noblesville Scanner just commented on here. I can't go and click on that though, can I?
So just I'm going to back this out for a second and just kind of take a step back. I'm going to actually go to the multi-radar look here to kind of get a wide picture. So right now,
Brett, tornado warning,
we got
northern Johnson County, southern Marion County, Greenwood, New White, just on the north side of New Whiteland. This tornado warning is going to go until 11
yep,
p.m.
right here.
Do you have it there?
That includes our office.
There it is.
So good call on making us not work there this afternoon. So again, yeah, tornado warning, Southport, Greenwood, Beech Grove, Sugar Creek. That's going to cross the I-65 interstate corridor there, out towards the Interstate 74 corridor into southeastern parts of Marion County. So a northern and northeastern Johnson County, a southeastern Marion County, guys, all the way out into, New Palestine, really. So again, tornado warning. This was one we've been watching kind of for a little while.
Yep, we've been watching it for a good minute here. That storm right there is nasty. I mean, it's a nasty storm, and that's really kind of right over there, North Greenwood, getting into southeastern Marion County. Even if you're not seeing a tornado, the wind signal out of this thing is just incredible. Now, one thing I want to note here, Brett, if you would, real quick, is you can see there may be some suspended.
It's hard to tell with the radar interference.
Click on the little circle there with the looks like a radar inside the warning. Inside the warning box of severe thunderstorm warning.
Where are you at? Where?
Where you had that up on the screen, you can turn that off by clicking on the circle inside the warning box. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting look there. Maybe something there. One thing, too, guys, to keep in mind, a large chunk of Johnson County is not under a tornado warning. Okay? This is for the far northern 5% of the county. If you are in any other part of Johnson County south of this, you are not in the tornado warning. All right? Again, this is what I don't like about the siren policy. It is good for Greenwood, Rock Lane area, but Brett, if you could zoom out just a little bit and highlight the areas of Shelby and Johnson County that are not in the tornado warning, where everyone is hearing those sirens right now, they are not in the path of it. The path is southeastern Marion County, far northern Johnson County, but everywhere where Brett is drawing right now, you're hearing tornado sirens, and there is not a threat of a tornado inside of all of that area. Even over into Shelby County, a large portion of even Hancock County. Keep in mind, you're only inside the red polygon where you're going to be dealing with the threat for a tornado. Tornado sirens are probably going off everywhere, and you're going to get a wall of wind there in Shelby County. There's no question about it. The tornado threat there is northern Johnson, southeastern Marion County, where we've seen signals here of winds in excess of 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, you can kind of see some notches right through here, I would say. Couple of different spots really within this warning area that there could be. We do need to, I think, still at least keep an eye on this line to see if there's any wiggles that could potentially lead to some rotation. That's a pretty steep gradient, I would say. Some very strong winds, certainly, regardless, as this is moving through Shelby County and towards Shelbyville right now. New severe thunderstorm warning out here.
I've got new video up real quick that I want to share. It's starting to see some stuff come out here on Twitter now. We'll go over here, or on X at least, and that is the footage of driving by in the Brownsburg, Indiana warehouse that was hit from the tornado. You can see what it did to the side of this warehouse.
Yeah, it's gone.
Ripped the side off and went through it. Again, you can see multiple emergency vehicles there. I'm still waiting to kind of get a little bit more, and I'll share it as I find it.
Yeah, I can hear the tornado sirens now going off at my house. Where I am at in Franklin, we are not under the tornado warning.
I just hate that policy. I hate it.
So again, guys, if you are in Greenwood, if you are in Sugar Creek, Southport, Beech Grove, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. There's the potential for a tornado with this storm. We've got some broad rotation here. Certainly could produce a tornado or drop one down as this line continues to move to the north and to the east. We'll be keeping an eye on this to see if there's additional rotation signals, because then you could maybe expand this out towards Greenfield. So I don't see like super tight rotation like what we were seeing down in Jasper, but there's definitely some signals still in there that could produce rotation.
Brett, here's another video now of the tornado that went through Carmel. It's coming out on X. There it is right there. You can see it as it's coming through southern Hamilton County. You can see a little stovepipe tornado action there as it continues to rip through. And we're just kind of waiting right now to see pictures, video, if you will, of damage potentially in that area.
Michael, I think we need to go down to Bedford real quick and Mitchell.
Yep, share your screen there.
Pulling it up right now. There we go. So we've got a really strong rotation signal and a strong hook here that's heading right towards downtown Mitchell. So if you are in Mitchell, Indiana right now, you need to be in shelter. The time is now. There is zero time to waste. There's very potentially a tornado with this. This is a strong rotation signal. I will check the correlation coefficient here real quick to see if potentially there's any kind of a debris signature. I'm not seeing one yet. Again, I think that this is probably hail being reflected. There's probably some very large hail here passing over State Road 50 between Bedford and Mitchell. But I am still concerned here. This is a signal that can certainly produce a tornado going right through Mitchell. So if you are in Mitchell, Indiana, you need to be in shelter right now. One of the better rotation signals that we've seen in a little while, moving kind of right towards downtown Mitchell. That's a strong signal for rotation moving right over Mitchell between Orleans and Bedford. Guys need to be in shelter. This is definitely a dangerous situation here, moving into the southern portion of Lawrence County along State Road 37 here.
Guys, again, if any of you have any footage or videos or reports of what's going on across the area, please reach out to us. Let us know what you're seeing. We're kind of looking for footage right now, looking for things to be able to share with you so we can keep you posted.
John said that over his apartment, it looks like the roof on the apartment next to him may have suffered some damage. And he, I believe, he can correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's in northern Johnson County or in southern Marion County.
Okay.
Right here. I've got several messages. I'm going to kind of take a look. Got guys headed out to do emergency board up on the north side right now. Let's see here. We've got...
Brett, while you're chatting or while you're looking there and kind of getting an update, I'm going to scroll down here into portions of Western Kentucky real quick because they are just blanketed with tornado warnings. And I'll show you what I'm looking at. But Western Kentucky just absolutely getting pounded here, guys, with tornado warnings right now. If you got family or know anybody down there, or if you're watching from that area, it's all headed for Elizabethtown, Louisville. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tornado warnings right now between Western Tennessee and Western Kentucky, and a tornado warning 14. There's 15 active tornado warnings right now with this setup. Totally crazy. And now a big severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for a large chunk here of southern Indiana for considerable damaging winds, 70 mile per hour over the next 23 minutes. There's another new tornado warning.
And that one near Murray, Kentucky, east of Mayfield. I feel like that area's been hit 3 times tonight.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, an observed
Relentless.
tornado. That one is a confirmed tornado. That one just west of the new one that was just observed. I think your screen says you have observed on that one as well. It says a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Murray, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. That is a particularly dangerous situation tornado. So tornado on the ground, a very life-threatening situation there, just to the, well, in and east of Murray, Kentucky right now. We need to be on the lookout, Michael, back towards Indy, near just east of Greenfield and Knightstown. I'm starting to see some rotation in there as well, and a hook kind of in that Knightstown area.
Yep. So we're looking right here, a little inflow action right here coming around. You still see my screen on the backside. Again, this right here, clear, evident rotation. Newcastle, what county is Knightstown, Newcastle? Is that
I
Madison? What county is
believe
that,
it
Brett?
is Madison. Southeastern Madison. Yep.
Yep.
Or
Southwestern Madison. Yep. Right near Knightstown. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked here, guys, along Interstate 70, Knightstown. If you're in Knightstown right now, you need to be in shelter. Here, Spiceland, Greensboro, Grant City. Again, this area right here, if you are in this area, this storm is traveling right through here. Certainly the potential to drop a tornado, a quick rain-wrapped one. I wouldn't be shocked to see a tornado warning issued here for Madison County momentarily, as it has some impressive rotation there. Again, coming in on the north side of Knightstown, State Road 109 along I-70 and getting into Spiceland, Indiana there. We're going to watch as that storm continues to track off to the east as well. Look at the wall of wind coming through Shelby County. You can see the strong rear inflow flux of wind there. We call that the rear inflow jet on the back side where there's bowing coming out. Front side is going to be a strong straight line wind gust, and you're certainly seeing that now across portions of Shelby County as this works from west to east. And then luckily we've seen a disorganization of rotation here in southeastern Marion County, northwestern Shelby. That tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire, but gosh, nonetheless, look at all the wind up here. Just incredible signal there. Man, this storm needs a tornado.
I agree. I think that rotation kind of continues to intensify. I was trying to see if the terminal may show it a little bit too, but we're just out of range there. Regardless, it really just seems anywhere along this line has the potential to rotate. We also have a very large tornado warning that's been issued for the line east of Jasper. That's going to include Paoli and just north of Tell City. That includes English, Indiana, kind of just west of the Marengo Cave area.
Du Bois County, Crawford County, Perry County, Orange County. It's going to go until 11:15 Eastern, 10:15 Central. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. It's a big tornado warning. And you can see kind of probably why they've done this, because there's multiple indications of rotation here along that line, Brett. I mean, this is just a sloppy mess of wind and rotation all along this thing.
No doubt about
Crazy.
it. And continue to be concerned as well about the Mitchell storm. That rotation continues to be pretty impressive there, Michael. I would say in Mitchell, Indiana, just south of Bedford. You can see it, and probably a wall of some really strong wind as well with that as it pushes to the east. And so we've got tornado warnings basically lined up from Bedford to Paoli to English, almost all the way down south to Tell City right now.
Gosh, trying to move us here so I can time this one out for us. Let's see. Here we go. Get that out here. It's going northeast. It's going 50 miles per hour. Population, it doesn't say there's very many people there, but nonetheless, some places out ahead of it. Yep. Zelma, Clear Spring 11:05, Freetown 11:12, Spraytown 11, and New Elizabeth at 11:17. Yep, that storm still continues to look nasty on that. That's for sure. That tornado warning expired in southeastern Marion County, thankfully.
We have a new confirmed tornado down in Kentucky, just south.
Oh,
You're good.
Sorry, Brett. New tornado warning,
is.
Madison County. There it is. Yeah, so that's the one we talked about a couple minutes ago. This is now going to be a radar indicated tornado warning for east central Hancock County, north central Rush County, and Henry County in east central Indiana. Yep. So, look at the new scan now. We may have had the county name wrong a minute ago, Brett. When
I was trying to figure out southwest, southeast. So this is east central Hancock County, north central Rush County, in Indiana, and Henry County as well.
In Henry County, yep. So this is the tornado warning now. Next 32 minutes, we're going to zoom in here and kind of look at where this is possibly impacting the area. There's your center of rotation, again along I-70. This looks to head right into Newcastle, guys. If you're in Newcastle area, you need to be in shelter right away. Along and north of I-70, State Road 3, State Road 103. You can see here on the scan here to the left where it's kind of coming in, wrapping around. This is going to be a nasty situation that moves in. Pretty tight rotation right now. We'll see if we have anything on the correlation coefficient popping up with this.
Maybe something very subtle, but it's only been one scan. It may be feedback too. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, we'll see what the new one does. But nonetheless, there, guys, Newcastle, Knightstown. If you're in there in Henry County, you got a tornado warning going until 11:15 Eastern time. Get in shelter, primarily talking about headed right into the city of Newcastle. There may be some stuff going on here. I'm going to wait for the new scan, but there's possibly something going on along and north of 70 there in Spiceland. Again, that's going to go, unfortunately, move right into Newcastle. So if you are in that location, seek shelter.
Yeah,
right
guys,
away.
and if we haven't mentioned your location in a bit, it's just because we don't have a major concern about it at the moment. If something pops up, we will certainly be sure to talk about it. But Bloomington, you look okay right now. Western Johnson County, you look okay right now. Starting to kind of push these more severe storms a little bit further to the east. But again, if we're not immediately talking about your specific spot, it's just because we don't see anything super concerning at the moment. If something pops up, we will be sure to talk about it.
Yep. We'll get a quick check here on the power outage situation. Everything's just filling in now. Gosh, I mean, a lot of the states, 140,000 people without power. It's probably a lot more than that. Waiting on a new scan there to come out for Henry County. Muncie, let's see. You don't need to be in shelter if you're in Muncie.
You're okay right now.
Yeah, you're good. It's south of Muncie. You're fine. The concern is Newcastle. So keep that in mind. It's most of central Henry County right there for the potential of that tornado to run through. Brett, I'm going to let you take over, and then I'm going to look for reports and see if anything, again, is coming in terms of, new information on what's going on currently or any tornadoes that have gone through.
All right, guys. So another thing that I wanted to mention just real quick, Shelbyville, some of these winds here in Shelby County, eventually kind of working out towards Rushville, really, really strong. This is for a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, so a considerable straight-line wind damage possible in Shelby County with this severe line of storms. Again, biggest concern area right now with this rotation that kind of continues to look impressive, heading right towards Newcastle. I'll check out our debris indications to see if there's anything showing up. Not seeing anything yet. That is good news. We want that to stay kind of this pinkish tan color that indicates that the radar is not really picking up on debris at the moment. So that is good news, but certainly need to remain in shelter because this could drop a tornado really at any moment. I do want to go back down to Mitchell real quick because that had some really intense rotation on it a little while ago, and we're kind of getting between the radar domes here. Let me go back to the Indy one. There we go. So maybe weakening a little bit with this one near Mitchell. So that's some good signs, but still some rotation on that, kind of between Bedford and Mitchell. So we'll keep an eye on that. We also have this really large tornado warning just to the east of Jasper, Indiana, kind of out towards Leopold and English, and it's really just because of all the notches on this line. You can kind of see. Look at how wavy. Look at how wavy that this line is. And so the concern here is that any of these little notches could potentially produce a quick spin up along the line, along this I-64 corridor in here. So a large tornado warning remains in effect there. Here's a new tornado warning that I just saw issued as well, just to the south of Tell City. And you can see kind of the hook indication here, just to the northwest of Fordsville, in this broad rotation signal kind of moving towards the Ohio River here over the next 30 minutes or so. Eventually, guys, these severe storms and these rotating storms going to move into the Louisville Metro area before too long. And so that's kind of the next area that'll be under the gun. But I want to go back, look at all of the tornado warnings still out here in Western Kentucky. Absolutely insane how many tornado warnings that there have been out here over the past hour or two. We do have a confirmed tornado right now on the ground west of Hopkinsville, towards Cadiz, if I'm saying that right, along this State Road 68 here. And so if you're in that area, need to continue to stay in shelter. Go back up here real quick, and we will take another look at the Newcastle tornado warning. Again, can see this rotation moving right into downtown Newcastle right now. We'll take a look at the correlation to see if there's any indications that there may be a tornado on the ground. Still not seeing an indication. That is continued to be encouraging, but still need to be taking shelter in that area. We may need to watch this cell here heading towards Rushville. In fact, based off of this notch here that I'm seeing, I think there probably needs to be a tornado warning in here. Look at this notch right here towards Rushville. If you're in Rushville, go ahead and take shelter. If you are in Rushville with this little notch, I think that you should probably go ahead and take shelter with this storm moving into the area. So this storm also has a history of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so, Rush County, downtown Rushville, you need to be taking shelter. If I had to circle an area, I'm going to kind of circle this area in here. As this storm moves off to the north into the east, I would go ahead and take shelter if you are in this area, given the notch that we're seeing in that line. Further to the west, guys, I go ahead, Michael.
Nope.
I was just going
to
say a new tornado warning here to the east of Bedford, kind of between Bedford and Seymour, just to the west of Brownstown here, guys. Let me scroll up. We can see the look on this. This is a radar indicated area of rotation. Again, we're kind of between the radar domes here of which one is the best, but you can kind of see the signature right through here, just to the south and to the east of Bedford, moving to the north and to the east between Bedford and Brownstown. So if you're in this region, kind of in eastern Lawrence County, guys, and working into northwestern Jackson County, you need to be in shelter right away as this storm is moving to the north and to the east. And we will need to keep an eye on this storm as it continues to press to the north and to the east for southern parts of Bartholomew County as well.
Brett, real quick, I'm going to go and show my screen over here. We have some new images coming in. This is out of this is from our friend Micah Mitchell up there, and he's coming out of North Anderson and Madison County. A couple of images there, some snapped power poles in half there. I don't know what that is, but you can see the power pole snapped in half. A lot of things starting to come in here on Twitter, X, if you will. I'll continue to look at that. But I also had our friend Jeremy, his brother, had this at his house. It looks like debris penetrated the wall. I'm trying to get it pulled up here real quick Sorry, I have 1,704 million tabs open. Let me see if I can get. There's that went through the wall of their house. There in Brownsburg, and then it went inside. It went inside into someone's bedroom. It looks like. Let me go and show a different image here.
Oh my
Look at that! Like penetrated the wall, so threw it into the bedroom. Looks like of a little kid's room. I mean, it's just totally crazy. So again, we're slowly getting images tonight of what's going on. And guys, I will say real quick, I've seen a lot of comments about folks saying, "Hey, we need moderators." There's a lot of craziness in the comments. Guys, I don't know if you're new here. We don't play the game. There's a lot of fools out there. Right now, what we're doing is talking about the weather, trying to keep you all safe. There's a lot of 23,000 people watching. It's basically impossible to moderate the comments right now. So we appreciate you all watching and tuning in tonight. And we want to make sure to tell you to subscribe to the channel, like and follow the pages, and check out the platform. All right, check out the platform. And you can scan the QR code or go to bamwx.com. Trial in the top right-hand corner is free to check it out. So someone said, stop asking the same thing over and over. We can see. Yeah. And I mean, there are a lot of repetitive questions again that we can't address. So as Brett said earlier, if we're not talking about your specific location, it means we're not worried about it. That's the best thing we can tell you right now. If we're talking about it, then you should be worried.
Yeah, we do have a excuse me, a new tornado warning for far southern Indiana. That is going to be, let me share my screen here, guys. Something we'll need to watch for the Louisville Metro area here very soon. You can see the rotation. It's just south of Tell City. And this goes up, trying to remember my county names. Yeah, Perry County and Crawford County into Indiana here. You can kind of see that. And so some decent rotation. That's an interesting look, Michael, with this.
Yep. Share your screen.
There we go. Yep. I remembered this time. But yeah, this eventually kind of working northeastward, eventually towards Harrison County and eventually Floyd County as well. So this is a cell because it is kind of out ahead, I would say, of this main line that I think we're going to need to monitor very carefully. Here's your main line. You can see all the curves in that, which is why there's a million tornado warnings on it. But this one out ahead of the main line as well has my attention into southern Indiana. We also go ahead,
Brett. I'm watching video right now of Assembly Hall with a massive leak through the roof, leaking down into Assembly Hall.
All right. Well, that's a testament to the year that they've had in that building, unfortunately. That is unfortunate. That makes me sad. It's one of my favorite places. Anyway. Moving along for a second, tornado warning moving towards northwest of Brownstown. This one is still in effect here. I'm going to switch back over the radar again to see if we can get a little bit of a better signal on this. The rotation may be weakening a little bit, which is some good news because eventually this cell would be pushing towards Bartholomew County, which that area has been just hit really, really hard the past couple of weeks. And so certainly want to prevent another tornado warning there if we can. So keeping an eye on this, but I am seeing at least some weakening. It's not quite as an intense area of rotation as it was earlier. Still have this tornado warning ongoing to the north as well, near Newcastle. Starting to see that broaden a little bit, but still some rotation here, I would say, kind of just to the east of Newcastle. We'll take a look. Nothing has been confirmed here. Let me double check to see. My lights are starting to flicker here. Don't see any real signals of debris with that storm up there, which is good news. So wide zoom here.
Yep. Gosh, those storms down in Kentucky and southern Indiana, those are just
This might be the
relentless
biggest
down there.
tornado warning I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was noticing that. New thunderstorm warning there for
70-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to include Monroe County, Brown County, Lawrence County. I believe is that Jackson County there, and then into western Bartholomew County, guys. And so we've got another widespread 70-mile-per-hour wind threat here, with a tornado warning inside of it for this area. And so just the winds. This is such a crazy system.
there's stuff going on everywhere. And now a new flash flood warning for Monroe, Morgan, and Johnson County there. This thing's just going crazy, man. There's things everywhere. Yeah, the flash flood warning, Doppler radar indicated rainfall between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. An additional 1 to 1.5 inches of rain are possible in the warned area. And this isn't it for rain. This is a whole nother thing. The rain side of this is a whole nother thing we're worried about. Once these things move out of here, we've been talking a lot about it, but some potentially historic flooding coming to central and southern Indiana and Kentucky and Tennessee and things. Crazy.
Yeah, just what a wild system. What a wild system. New severe thunderstorm warning down here. That's going to include Harrison County, Floyd County, up towards western Clark County, guys, for 16-mile-per-hour winds possible. And then again, your tornado threat is still not even really there yet. So, biggest concern right now across southern Indiana. This will be the region next. Louisville Metro area that we will be concerned about in terms of the tornado threat. But really, we need to continue to watch this line in here. Anywhere along that, we need to watch for potential spin-ups. West of that, say this area through here, in terms of severe weather, probably the worst of it is past. Now, flooding, that's a totally different story. There could be additional flooding concerns through there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In fact, just looking at the rainfall forecast on top of what you've already got, aside from today, this is the rainfall forecast, guys, just out through the next 7 days. So if you're in a flash flood warning right now and you've gotten 2 inches of rain, you're forecasting another 4.5 inches of rain here, almost 5 inches across central Indiana. Look at this down to the south, 6 inches. This is on top of what has already happened. We're going to be talking about this is probably going to be one of the, maybe a storm system we're not really ever going to forget.
Yeah, between the severe weather, and there could be more severe weather. I think it's Saturday, perhaps. You may look at the day 3 outlook there, Michael, because I think that there could be some more severe weather potential. So tomorrow.
Yeah, there's tomorrow's. Yeah, enhanced risk across Little Rock and western Tennessee. And then there's the day 3. I mean, coming right back up in here, slight risk for severe weather, southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, with just prolific rainfall expected here. It's just crazy. So in the Clarity platform here, you can do all this. You can analyze. This is all through Clarity. You can analyze all this stuff. You can look at all different kinds of things, rainfall data, observed rainfall, alerts, you name it. You guys want to access it and try it out, you go to bamwx.com right now. We are offering free trials, no credit card required, storm analysis that you can see. Click get instant access, start the free trial, put your info in, and you can get this information sent to your devices. A lot of folks on here probably have Clarity, and if you guys can attest to how much you like it, we would appreciate it, so we can keep folks safe and keep information going to their devices. So, or you can scan the QR code here on the screen.
Right.
So, Brett, I've got. Are we going to do a third consecutive tornado warning for Columbus?
I really hope
the
not.
Night's up?
It's worth watching. this is a messy area, but right in here, once again, kind of just east of Bedford, we need to keep an eye on this for Bartholomew.
Yep, for sure. Yep, lots of trees down in Anderson, says Mike Toy. Lots of trees down in Anderson, Indiana. Greenwood, Southport area is good now. Yep, it is good for sure. Tyler says clarity is the best weather app by far.
Michael, I think, and Brandon pointed this out. Brandon, by the way, he's a good follow on Twitter. Storm Chaser out of Columbus, and it does look like a tornado on the ground here, just east of Bedford and Lawrence County. So
okay.
We do need to watch this as it moves to the north and to the east into Jackson County, and it's moving like almost straight north, which is kind of crazy. There's probably a tornado on the ground, kind of around State Road 446 there, and we need to keep an eye on this. There needs to this warning will probably need to be expanded kind of into this area in here. Heading to
Southern Brown,
heading to the north and to the east. Whether it stays that way heading towards Columbus, I don't know, but you're definitely need to be on guard still if you're in Columbus.
Yep. It's this the third tornado warning we've seen here in
10 to 15 days or so. I think it may have been 2 weeks ago. Just insane. Let's see, a new confirmed tornado down in Kentucky south of Owensboro as well.
Gosh. Guys, again, if we haven't talked about your city, you're okay. Like Franklin, Greenwood, Shelbyville, and a lot of you guys are asking questions. If we're not talking about it, we're not worried about it right now, okay? So just so you know, we can't go through and touch on all the individual cities. But if we haven't mentioned it, there's not a grave concern for it in any way right now, other than watch the live, and we'll be helping you out with the areas we think you need to be concerned with.
This signature may be weakening a little bit into northeastern Lawrence County, which is good, but very likely there was a tornado on the ground there.
Looking at let's see my house here. What have we got? I've had 1.4 inches of rain at home in Barkersville so far.
A lot of rain with a lot more to go.
Okay. Yeah. Speaking of linemen, someone said, God bless our linemen, the state right now. And these are all still coming in, guys, just real quick. I'll show it to you. This is the power outage map here across the state. 140,000 folks without power. You can see Marion County, 47,000 people without it. Madison County, 11,000 people. Out here across Hendricks County, 9,000. These, again, probably a little bit more than what the map's reporting. The map isn't always super quick. But nonetheless, you can see a lot of folks now without power across the state.
There's that area that I just circled, Michael. A new tornado warning here to include, let me share my screen, to include Elkinsville, Pikes Peak. Pikes Peak was under the tornado warning when I did this on Sunday. So Pikes Peak, Ogleville, just to the west. This does include parts of southwestern Bartholomew County, so we're 3 for 3 are on Bartholomew County.
Yep. That's going to be southern Brown County too there, guys, just south of Nashville along State Road 135. And again, you can see where that may potentially be located, Brett, there, just far eastern Monroe County, right there in that rotation where Monroe has that little bootleg there to the east. Check the correlation scans here and see if we've nothing quite yet being detected
from where it was. So it may be cycling a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We could maybe even check the spectrum and see if there's anything on a couple of these other things. We can kind of take a look at a few things.
Yeah. Again, guys, it's southern Brown County, the southern third. It's not in central or northern Brown County. Okay. But that tornado warning is going to go there, Brett, for what's it?
23
How
minutes.
long is it going for? 23 minutes, radar indicated. So again, it's headed to Columbus. If it's moving northeast, Brett, at 50 miles per hour, what would be the ETA at Columbus
Yep.
there? We want to time that out real quick.
What'd you say, 53?
And then we do have folks asking about closer to your hometown in southern Indiana. We'll go down there and give a quick update near the Jeffersonville area, too, to see what's going on down there.
All right, guys. So Pikes Peak, 11:26. Ogleville, 11:32. Waynesville, 11:38. Columbus, 11:40 for this arriving.
Guys, just want to remind you all, too, I've got a photo here from a friend of reminding people to not drive through standing water, even in neighborhoods. With the flash flooding going on, people are already trying to drive through it, and they're getting stranded. It's already starting to happen. Don't drive through the water.
Turn around,
right?
do not drown. And the other thing, I do want to mention that logo on the top left, the 811. With all the power lines down and all the damage, I mean, the picture Michael showed of the debris being, basically shot into a home, you can have all kinds of potential issues. You could have gas meters messed up. Use that 811 dig number as you get out and try to survey damage and fix things. You don't need to go digging around trying to fix wind damaged fences or whatnot, or whatever the case may be. Don't go near power lines. Be sure that if you have concerns of a gas leak or something like that related to what's going on, I think you mentioned maybe a fire earlier. That can certainly happen when there's gas leaks, when there's damage. Call that 811 number. Call your local gas and electric company. Make sure that you are being safe about handling this damage.
Brett, one thing I want to mention, the entire county of Monroe right now is sounding their tornado sirens. Can you explain to people how absolutely stupid that is and where the tornado threat is right now? And it doesn't include basically 90% of Monroe
90%
County.
may be generous.
Yeah, that's the only part of Monroe County, and it's out of the area here any second.
This is where the tornado warning is. The rest of the county, IU, Ellettsville, Spencer, all of these areas are not under a tornado warning. If you are hearing the sirens in downtown Bloomington, you are just ignore them. Seriously, just ignore them. You're fine.
Yep. There's nothing to be concerned with. This is why folks need a platform like Clarity. I know I keep saying this, but guys, we only send warnings to the people where it matters inside. If your address is not in the polygon, you don't get warnings with us. So now we have all these freaking sirens going off again. You have to ignore them. Bloomington, Ellettsville, Bedford. I mean, all these places that are getting Nashville, Brown County, you're just not in a tornado warning. There's nothing to be concerned of. So we designed Clarity to minimize these types of situations, you wondering what's going on. Brett, with that said, let's dive down into the Ohio River down here and see what's going on.
Yeah, we've got multiple confirmed tornadoes down here, especially south of Owensboro. So this storm has a history of producing confirmed tornadoes. So this one in particular was a radar confirmed tornado near Calhoun, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So it was all the way back here, was a confirmed tornado as well. And this continues to have a tornado warning on it all the way to the river near Cloverport and Tell City. And so all these areas need to be taking shelter. And I continue to be concerned about this cell here northeast of Cloverport, because it's kind of hanging out on its own out ahead of the main line to the west. We can take a look at some of the velocity scans here on this. And it's certainly had a history of rotation right here over Union Star and Mystic. It's about to cross the river here very soon towards Brandenburg, and then we'll need to be keeping an eye on Harrison County in Indiana out towards Corden and eventually the I-64 corridor. And so this cell has my attention because it is kind of on its own out ahead of the main line, and it has had a history of rotation. So these areas need to be watching this very, very carefully as it pushes to the north and to the east. I have not seen any kind of confirmation of this particular cell producing a tornado, which is good news. That kind of mesocyclone part to the south may be slightly detached. We haven't quite tightened the rotation, although maybe some kind of debris signature there.
now.
In fact,
Yep,
yeah,
right
there
there
may be
more.
something that has been on the ground on and off with this cell. Right in here right now.
Yep. Brett, real quick, just a quick report that the windows have been blown out of some dorm rooms on the Ball State campus here as a few minutes ago. So it sounds like the storm that went through a little while ago has blown some windows out of the Ball State dorm rooms.
So we've still got tornado warnings on these cells here for parts of Brown County, Bartholomew County, Jackson County. I would say the worst of the threat kind of working east of Lawrence County right now, east of Monroe County. If the sirens are still going off there, I think at this point, Monroe County, you are probably okay. I wouldn't be concerned if I was in Bloomington at this point. The location is to the east at this point. You can kind of see some of the notches in here with this, and so I think it's more of the southern Brown County into parts of Jackson County, Pikes Peak, Freetown, Elkinsville, Ogleville that need to really be on the lookout for this. And again, we do believe, based off what we saw earlier, that this one in northeastern Lawrence County likely did produce a tornado, at least for a short time. And we go back and you can see that there. Now, I'm not seeing additional signals right now that there's something on the ground, but the storms have a history of it, and the structure of them remains pretty impressive, I would say. You can see kind of the individual supercells embedded within this messy line right now.
Yep, for sure. I was trying to put a loop on it to see. I think, Brett, I think I don't want to say it too prematurely, but we should start to see a downtrend in this tornado activity within the next hour. This really should start to subside here.
Yeah, it's starting to maybe look a little bit messier.
Yeah, running out of
which would be good news for
instability.
if we can continue to weaken it as it moves to the next big metro area in Louisville. It would be good if we can avoid a third really big metro area, Evansville, Louisville, and Indy, and to be honest, maybe a fourth, Paducah too. It would be nice if we could avoid another major metro area getting hit hard.
Yep.
So that southern warning in Lawrence County has been allowed to expire, but still keeping an eye on this northern cell right now in Brown County and western Bartholomew County. Yeah, starting. It seems like this is starting to trend down, which is good.
Come on now, we need it. Old Marty Ice over there still keeping the clients updated on the client feed.
We've been live for 4 hours.
Marathon. 4 hour live.
It's a record by far.
For sure. Let's see here. Just kind of getting a scan here. Brett, real quick, I'm going to share my screen. I'll kind of give some folks a little bit different view on this for a moment. What I'd like to do is just go into, come on, get me out here, one screen and kind of give you guys a generalized update that if you are, I know folks are probably watching and wondering, hey, what's going on? For me, if you are west of this white line, so if you are in here, the severe threat has ended for you. Okay? Did you guys like that drawing? That's high quality. If you west of that, you are out of the severe weather right now. It has moved east of the city. If you come down here, the part we're worried most about right now is headed into the Louisville Metro area. I would say over the course of the next hour, areas we would be most concerned with would be probably right in through here as this continues to move north and east, Bowling Green into Louisville and the far southern third of Indiana. As this continues to move off to the east, all right, obviously we'll continue to see the potential for strong thunderstorms, but these are starting to weaken a little bit. I do want to go and show you the clarity radar so you can kind of see a wider view here, a different view of everything with not as much congestion going on. From this particular, let's turn that off there, this particular view of things, turn the tilt off, and you can kind of see the northern end of this. Yeah, it's losing a little bit of its brighter color return. You're still probably going to be dealing with strong thunderstorms out of it. Again, the most intense part of this coming through Kentucky right now for sure. But the backside, it's just a lot of heavy rain. And now this is just a big old squall line moving through. And you can see the most concerning part. Look at that there near Owensboro, that rotating storm there going through Tell City. In fact, one of the rotation tracks, and you can just see that there. If you're in Louisville, Elizabethtown, Kentucky down there, watch these storms to your west. They mean business as they're working into the area.
Yeah, continuing to watch that one. That's new. Let's see, new tornado warning. New tornado warning. That is going to include Salem. That's going to include let's see, Henryville. It's going to include Scottsburg and Vienna. A large tornado warned area, and probably some very damaging winds as well. That has just been issued there for parts of Clark County. Let's see, parts of Scott County. Far northwestern Floyd County as well, and then north central Harrison County. Even I can see a little part of that as well. Washington County. So a big tornado warning, probably for all the little areas of rotation along the line, and so hitting a pretty widespread area there along the I-65 corridor.
Yep. You can see it right here again. Salem, New Pekin, Borden, Indiana. Gosh, remember the Borden tornado is after it went through Henryville, just totally crazy. Scottsburg, Vienna, Lexington, no strangers to tornadoes down there. That tornado warning is going to go, like Brett said, for the next 25 minutes, 3/4 inch hail and some winds possible, but a nasty look here. We'll go to the rotation tracks. Yeah. You can see it. I mean, it's all along the line there.
It's pretty much the same. It's not the same, but it's pretty much the same warning area as that Henryville tornado.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah. So because Fredericksburg to Borden to Henryville, that area in there, that's exactly where it went through as it went into western Clark County, and that's kind of the biggest concern area, I would say, in this line right now.
Okay, let's come back out here. You see all the flood warnings coming in, flash flood warnings here. A lot of flash flood warnings coming in down through here as well. Look at this map. I mean, this is just it's pure chaos.
All rotation all the way up and down it.
Gosh.
There's a tornado warning up in northwest Ohio as well.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, up there near Continental, Grover Hill. I'll go for 23 minutes up there, northwest Ohio, northwestern Putnam County, Defiance, Paulding, and south central Henry County until 11:45. Radar indicated tornado warning up there, just east of Fort Wayne. So, big tornado warning there. Brett, I would say we kind of watch these for the next, couple of minutes.
I just had a couple of reports, Michael. Madison, Indiana, an 87 mile an hour wind report.
Okay.
Let's see here. Marion, Indiana. So just on the far, basically on the southern portion of the 465 loop, 80 mile an hour wind gust. Near Daneville, 81 mile an hour wind gust. Up near, let's see, Lapel. Oh, that was the Madison one. But just some crazy wind gust reports here. Just wow. Let me show. I'm going to share my screen for this one because I don't think I've ever seen this outside of a derecho before. This is Delaware, Indiana. Is a 100-mile-an-hour wind gust report just north of Muncie.
Good night. Crazy, man.
That is absolutely insane.
Brett, can we get everybody's freaking out about Columbus? Can you shoot over to the Columbus radar real quick and check out? I liked the signals I see. The warning is going off, or the sirens are going off, but to me the tornado threat looks to have somewhat ended. That looks to be an outflow dominant storm right now.
Yeah, it's very, very messy at this point. You're not going to really have much of an inflow at this point with all the storms around.
Windy.
So,
I mean, that's some wind nonetheless.
wind, a lot of wind. And we check
But
the
it looks-
correlation, just do our due diligence here. That looks like radar feedback. Maybe some small hail somewhere.
Yep. Yeah, Columbus, y'all are blowing up, Mount. I tell you,
we know it's been a rough year.
Yep, we know it's this particular situation right now. I don't see a tornado. I do see a very strong thunderstorm.
Yes, very strong thunderstorm. I don't think we'll see, but I don't think that it expires in 6 minutes. I don't know if it'll be extended.
No tornado. Nope. I know you're hearing the sirens, but we're not seeing that signal right now on radar for Columbus.
Taking a look down here, I'm not seeing any debris indications in this tornado warning for kind of Salem to Scottsburg either at this point. Certainly some rotation though. You can again kind of see some of these there's a lot of notches in here. So certainly still this, if you're in this area, if you're in the parts of northwestern Floyd County, Clark County here, guys, Salem, Scottsburg, Vienna, Austin, Indiana, Henryville, Memphis, all of these areas, if you're in these areas, you need to be taking shelter right now. I don't see any indications that there's a tornado on the ground, but there's certainly these notches of rotation. It wouldn't be very difficult to get one to spin up quickly.
Yep, agreed.
Go back down to this little supercell. This is starting. Yeah, they haven't extended this one. There's still a nice little hook here, kind of over Brandenburg, but again, I'm not seeing a stark rotation signal. Maybe a little bit of some broad rotation, but it's not quite as intense as it was earlier. So again, I think that goes to your point that maybe we're starting to see this to weaken a little bit.
Yeah. Yep, the warning was just dropped. So, that goes to show you too the whole tornado siren thing, Brett. It's like, okay,
why?
I mean, just there's got to be a better way. It just I can't for the life of me. It's just one thing I can't stand. But I've ranted about this for 13 years on here.
One day it might change.
It might change. I don't know.
If enough people complain about how confusing that it is, then they might have to listen. So the 21,000 people of you that are on here right now, say something about it, and maybe they'll change how the tornado sirens are done.
Man, I'm telling you.
And if 21,000 of you each tell 2 people, then all of a sudden, we could have a real movement here.
Brett, I think let's check in real quick again on that tornado warning in southern Indiana. Right there, it looks to be again not the one there in Clark County.
Yeah, I know. I was just checking that one too. I don't see any debris signatures. Heck of a wind burst here.
Yeah, it's very outflow dominant, if you ask me. At least it looks. I mean, I guess there's some trying to.
There's a little bit. I mean, it's tough to. Man, there's some crazy wind, I bet, here.
Mm-hmm.
this warning is only for the severe warning, only for 60 miles an hour. That feels underdone.
Yeah. Let's see. I guess anything there southeast of Salem would be a little concerned as that's moving towards 65.
So yeah, this is the main concern. They just dropped that tornado warning in this area. We'll keep an eye on Tell City here, but to be honest, this, there's some rotation, but it doesn't look terribly impressive down here. So I think, and look at that, we're starting to wrap things up in Western Kentucky. I think we're nearing the end.
Yep. I would say, Brett, be good time for us to sign off. We've got a lot of, we've got some strong storms that are still moving through southeastern Indiana for sure. We'll keep an eye on those if we really need to. There's another tornado warning, I guess,
Yeah.
a new one right there.
Northwest of Tell City.
Yeah. Again. Gosh.
Yeah, I feel like I've said Tell City 15 times.
I'm telling you. Let's update on Cincinnati just right quick, and then we're gonna end up signing off here. We've been live now for over 4 hours. We want to make sure that if you are watching, that you subscribe, like, follow, or share, whatever it is you got to do to spread the word there. But as this moves into Cincinnati, I think we're going to see some considerable weakening, if you ask me. Yeah, I don't know, guys. If you're saying sirens are going off in Columbus again, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why
there's not a tornado warning in Columbus right now. There's probably some considerable wind.
Yeah, for sure.
There's wind. It's outflow, as you mentioned. It's outflow dominant at this point.
Yeah, I think we finally ran out of the best environment. I don't want to obviously guarantee that, but
there's a new tornado warning down here. Tell City again.
Yep. Another one. Gosh.
Yeah.
That one's going to be getting pretty close to Louisville.
Yeah, this one needs to be monitored because it would take the track into Harrison County there. And
what's the timing on that?
Decent rotation. So let's see. We're just roughly, it says 70 miles an hour. It seems maybe a little too fast. It looks like there's a new tornado warning. Did they extend this one out here, or is that the same one? No, it's the same one. It was so big, I was like,
yeah,
it was a new one. But so let's see, not that one, this one. Gosh dang it, I'm on the struggle bus here. There we go.
Let me go about 50 miles an hour.
It said 70.
Did it really?
It did.
Okay. Well,
I was thinking that was a little too fast, so I was going to go 65.
Yep.
So to give an idea here, Allentown 1156, New Amsterdam 1158, Corden 1208, Breckenridge 1212, Elizabeth 1212, Palmyra 1217, Georgetown 1218, Floyd Knobs 1222, New Albany 1224, New Pekin 1224, Starlight, that's our favorite winery there, Michael, 1225.
Love that place.
Blackton Mill Road at 1226.
Yep. Starlight, the winery down there, they have the most amazing apple cinnamon bread you could ever get in your life, by the way. So we have to protect it.
Huber Winery. That's our favorite place.
I'm telling you, it's great. So, guys, all right. For now, we're going to sign off. If anything very concerning pops up, we will come back on if needed. Again, we want to make sure you guys understand how much we appreciate you all, and hopefully we're able to help a lot of you tonight. It got pretty wild there for a little bit, Brett, in central Indiana. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see all the reports tomorrow. All those 80 to 100 mile an hour reports is crazy. I already see 19 officially confirmed tornadoes with the system as a whole, which is also kind of crazy considering surveys haven't even been done yet.
Yeah.
That number probably triples by the time we get into tomorrow. So this system certainly has verified in a very big way. I hope that everybody was able to stay safe this evening. I hope that, especially where that tornado went through on the north side, that was confirmed in a high population area, and Paducah as well. I hope that everybody was able to stay safe, and I hope that we were able to help you all out this evening.
Yeah, real quick, just FYI, another tornado warning: Central Harrison County, Central Clark County, Floyd County, and South Central Indiana until midnight.
Let me look at that, because that includes well, that includes my family there. So
yeah, that one's going to go for 27 minutes. It's going to go to 11. Let's see, where am I at here? 11:45.
Yeah, a decent rotation signal here. State Road 135 in Cordon, south of Cordon. So this is going right at Georgetown, right through New Albany. It's just to the north of Louisville. This is a highly populated area, so definitely need to keep an eye on it. I want to make sure that this isn't like a confirmed or anything. Not at this point, but now all of a sudden, we always do this. We try to sign off, and then 4 more tornado warnings pop up. Because now we've got actually another one here too. We've got 5 tornado warnings all of a sudden. So yeah, decent area of rotation here. Let me check the correlation coefficient to see if there's anything that potentially could be on the ground.
Yeah.
Like there may be something here.
Yep.
I'm gonna text my parents real quick, Michael.
Yep. Have at it. We'll go over here, and while Brett's doing that, I'll share my. Again, this is a heavily populated area here, just north of the Louisville Metro area, and again, we're watching right there in just south of Cordon, along and south of 64. The storm would head. You can see where the station would be. Again, coming like that right into this area here. Sellersburg, you'd be in the tornado warning as well. With as fast as this storm is moving, you need to be in your safe spots now, out ahead of this tornado warning.
Yep. All right. So I just texted them. They're already in the basement, so they should be good to go. But yeah, nice little notch. All of a sudden, this little supercell. This is the same one that we've kind of been tracking for a while. That had, produced the. I think this one may have even produced the tornado south of Owensboro a while ago. And so all of a sudden, this warning, this cell has decided that it wanted to re-strengthen again, as it worked through Cordon. And yeah, Michael, I think that there probably has been something on the ground here. Just looking, just kind of following this little debris signature just south of Cordon. It's not the strongest that I've ever seen, but
sorry, Brett, I think I got booted or couldn't hear you for a second. I'm back now.
You're good. So just kind of following this little debris signature potentially here, right through here. It's been there. It doesn't look like radar feedback to me, because I can kind of follow it across this State Road 135 here. So there could be some debris lofted into the air. The only thing that I'll note is it kind of looks like it's out ahead of the notch a little bit, but maybe well, you know why? Because the reflectivity is 1133. This is 1136, so that's why. So it does look like there's probably some kind of a weak ground here. And so for friends and family that are watching Cordon, Waynesville, Georgetown along this I-64 corridor, eventually moving towards Floyd Knobs, take shelter right away. Potential tornado here. I don't like this look, Michael.
No, I don't
I don't
either.
like that look at all. I think that there's very likely a tornado on the ground here heading towards Georgetown, Indiana, eventually through Floyd County and New Albany here. This is just east of Gordon. Looks to slide just to the north of New Albany, well, probably through New Albany and just to the north of Louisville, Kentucky. And so
Yeah,
need to
we
watch
probably
very carefully.
may want to stay on at least until this is starting to settle down. I don't like that signal. That almost looks like a debris ball signal on reflectivity there on the left.
Yeah, and again, I see this lowering of the correlation coefficient values here between Corden and Lanesville, which can indicate that there's debris on the ground. And like you said, Michael, this is typically what you get when you see some kind of a debris ball. I haven't seen any official confirmation yet, but this is not a great signal. Let me check the velocity again. Yeah, I don't love this here. I don't love that look here. So
No,
yeah,
I don't.
we'll stay. We were gonna sign off, guys, but we're gonna stay on. Given this is moving into a pretty populated area in Floyd County and Harrison County, and kind of moving just north of the Louisville Metro area. This is again, I grew up right down here, so this is a highly and densely populated area along the Ohio River. Yeah, I
Brett, did your family
yeah,
respond?
they're in shelter.
Good. Okay. Just making sure they got the message there. It's coming right for them.
So yeah, they've got grandmas are downstairs. They had my Nina. I told them to take her and have her stay the night because she lives in a patio home. So I'm very glad that they did that now.
Yeah, for sure. Very good.
So yeah,
Okay, I had to come inside. It was
getting windy. It sounded like.
Yeah, very windy out there, and my internet was starting to come down. I think everybody's gone inside and they're all watching TV, so the internet stream is getting bogged down.
Yeah, let me. Michael, I'm gonna go over real quick to the rotation tracks on Clarity. Let me pull that up. I think that I saw Tyler send something. Yeah. So let me go over and share my screen here. New severe warning there as well.
Yeah, large severe thunderstorm warning. Gosh, that latest. I don't like that scan.
So let's share. There we go. All right. So yeah, here's the rotation track. It almost looks like it's kind of. I mean, look at it's almost picked up and dropped back down and picked up again and dropped back down again. So yeah, if you're, and there's the rotation tracks from that warning to the north as well in northern or in western parts of Clark County. So guys, if you are in Harrison County, eastern Harrison County, if you are in Floyd County, pretty much the entirety of Floyd County at this point, only a very small portion of Floyd County is not under the warning. You need to be in shelter right away. So definitely concerned with this look. There's a strong rotation signal here that we've seen that's moved just south of Corden. It's now working probably towards Lanesville in Georgetown, Indiana, and eventually along the I-64 corridor there. I'm still seeing, I see a debris ball on the scan, Michael, on the correlation coefficient right now. I'm gonna switch back over.
Yeah, I do as well. Now it's pretty. Breckenridge probably took a direct hit. Breckenridge, Lanesville, you're up next. You can see the void east of King Store there. There's most likely a tornado on the ground right now. And is this Floyd County,
This is eastern
Brett?
Harrison County. It's about to move into Floyd County. And again, this is a suburban area in here. I can tell you that. There's a lot of houses in here up towards Floyd Central, Indiana, or Floyd Central, the Floyd Central High School. A lot of people in this area go to Floyd Central High School, and this will head out towards Floyd Central and Floyd Knobs. And so it's kind of riding this Interstate 64 corridor. So, very concerned again in this area, especially perhaps.
It ought to be tornado observed here anytime. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, the new rotation track that just came in is also very strong on clarity. So, yeah, need to be in shelter. Text one more person here.
Yep, it's a hop, skipping, and a jumping. That one. Okay.
So yeah, you can very, very clearly see here the rotation just on radar. Look at this. I mean, this is a clear kind of supercellular type of a hook signal, almost a debris ball indication. It definitely looks like there was a tornado on the ground. Latest scanned, maybe a little bit better, but you can watch the debris indication kind of pick up south of Cordon, and you can follow it here south of I-64 over Lanesville, and it should be moving into Floyd County right now. If there's still a tornado on the ground at this point, should be moving into Floyd County out of Harrison County right now. We also have 2 more tornado warnings right behind this.
Yeah, it's right on its heels. I was just looking at that. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's any kind of confirmation or any reports coming out of this down in southern Indiana.
There's clearly rotation here. Right associated with this little mesocyclone. I still haven't seen that it's officially observed.
Yep.
John says he's issuing a tornado warning for Louisville to give a heads up with that next area as well. So, Louisville, go ahead and take shelter as well.
Yeah, I mean that piece there.
It's kind of turning more right too.
So I was just gonna say it almost looks like it's trying to right turn a little bit, and head right for at least the northern. I mean, it's headed right for New Albany, the northern part of Louisville.
Yeah, I think that this warning could be extended a little bit further south. So downtown New Albany and parts of downtown Louisville too. Take shelter right away. This is a serious situation. Look at the gate to gate shear here, Michael.
Yeah,
I mean it's definitely one of the better rotation signals we've seen in a minute. Let me get back on the correlation to see if there's still looks like I don't think it's updated. It hasn't updated in a few minutes. Let me put it in motion, see if it'll refresh.
Guys, just real quick, a ton of you asking about all kinds of other cities that we're not talking about right now. If we were talking about them, we would be worried about them. There is no other tornado warnings in the state right now other than what we're dealing with right here. For the time being, Kentucky's the most active right now, and we're watching a tornado warned storm go right into the Louisville Metro area. That's the concern right now. If you're not there, if you're in other cities across the state of Indiana, we're not worried about you right now. There's nothing to be worried about. So keep that in mind. This is the top priority right now at this storm.
Yeah. This is going to go right through downtown New Albany, I think. It's probably going to kind of latch onto the river here. Here's your rotation. Kind of Interstate 265. Mm-hmm. This if you are in this area especially, I mean anywhere in the warning take shelter, but this would be my biggest concern area. So kind of this Interstate 265 exchange in here, Interstate 64, and then out towards Interstate 65 eventually, getting a little bit closer to the Jeffersonville area and the Clarksville area. These areas again need to be in shelter right away. We'll check the correlation. It's still, Michael, still showing.
Yeah, Brett, I'm being told that the Floyd County Fire Department is watching right now. They don't want us to sign off until this
We're
goes
not.
through
I'm
the area.
not. These are these are my people down here, so I'm not going anywhere.
One quick note, just while this is ongoing, is a large flash flood warning was just issued for a lot of the central part of Indiana. Just an FYI. So the flooding is going to be continuing to ongoing. What an interesting velocity scan right there. That is,
Yeah,
I can't say I've ever seen anything quite like that.
It is odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird. I can't really put.
Your radar is here, so it's almost like I don't know. It's funky.
About wrapping around on the back.
It's like it's doing this number. Like I don't know. So, but it's certainly co-located here with this hook.
It looks like, from what I'm seeing, that that piece there in gosh darn it, near Floyd Knobs is on the correlation coefficient just south between that and New Albany along 64. The feedback there to the north, I don't know if
that may be hail.
That's what I was going to say. It could be a scatter spike or something.
It looks like some kind of a scatter spike. It's starting to get a little, but I think
that there.
I still think in here. I mean, right on 64, perhaps.
Yep.
So yeah, the you take this exchange out and you go out towards golf course out there, and this new CC scan's a little bit more encouraging.
So better.
Maybe it's starting to lift a little bit, but
I'm wondering if this southern piece is getting contaminated now by the northern, the outflow and the northern stuff weakening up there.
Certainly could be. There's probably some insane wind and potentially hail and all kinds of crazy stuff on that northern side, but I wouldn't let your guard down. That still is
Real quick, Brett, while we're chatting here, I'm going to switch. If you switch over to the Dayton, Ohio radar, a new tornado warning there in eastern Indiana. It looks like for southeastern Wayne County.
And that's a pretty decent signal too, Michael.
Yeah,
right here.
Yeah, that one there. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good signal. That tornado warning is going to go, guys, until it looks like 12:15 after midnight. It's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, and it's going to move out of Indiana into Ohio. They're near Eaton, Ohio, and West Alexandria, Sugar Valley there. It's a decent signal for rotation in that particular storm as well. Radar indicated not yet observed, but
it's just north of Liberty here, around State Road 27, and out towards Witt Station. It looks like, and eventually towards I-70. It should slide just to the south and the east of Richmond. Let me turn on some tracks over here. Yeah, the rotation tracks aren't crazy yet. Now, the rotation tracks for southern Floyd County are crazy. But this still, I think, if you're in Eaton, if you're on this State Road 27 here, and then eventually out towards Brookville, there's another new tornado warning. That is into Ohio. But north of Brookville, north of I-70 there, need to be taking shelter right away. Arcanum, El Dorado, Pittsburgh, Laura, and West Milton need to be taking shelter. That's a decent rotation signal too, Michael. Right there.
Yeah, sure is.
So,
yeah, those couple of those are decent. That's where we've kind of had that pocket of a better environment this evening, where the north end of this has.
Yeah, I still don't like that. I'm not seeing anything new here, so that's good. But
Nothing new on the CCs, but that latest scan there where it tries to clear out that inflow notch there near New Albany.
oh, what's that?
Yeah, that's not good.
Maybe some feedback. I don't know for sure. But I mean, just based off of the notch, I mean, there's the potential that there's a tornado on the ground in downtown New Albany here, and heading towards Clarksville. So
they're favoring probably right on the north side of New Albany, right there through Clarksville. If you're in the path there of that, make sure again. Hopefully you've been in shelter, but stay in shelter. Out ahead, get into shelter. Riding along in south of 265 there.
And again, I don't like this how this is lining up here. With the potential, hook. I think that there could be a tornado on the ground in downtown New Albany. This is right around the high school, right in here, and it's about to cross over into Clark County. There's a new warning.
Have you heard from your family?
I've not heard
there?
anything new, but luckily this should go just to the south of them. They're right in here. They're
Where
right
at?
here.
Oh, right.
So I mean, it's close, but I think it's just south of them. Text them. I'm getting a bunch of texts.
Yeah, I figured. Real quick, while you do that, I'll share the screen here, and go into again. There's those warnings there in eastern Indiana, just to give you kind of a refresh on those. Nothing really standing out just yet, other than the rotation was a little bit more pronounced in the last scan, but you can see where there's probably going to be some rotation here, getting north of Eaton, and then this particular part here going. There's a new scan right there, going right through north and west of Brookville and southeast of Arcanum here, going through Ohio. These tornado warnings are going to go for about the next 20 minutes each, as that continues to move north and east. And one other thing too, I wanted to share with you all, albeit we've got these thunderstorms moving through. However, there is a new flash flood warning, and I want to go real quick just to kind of highlight that and show you where that is located. We'll go here and expand to observed rainfall just in the last 24 hours. The flash flood warning is the red here. You can see radar and gauge indicated flash flood warning. Some of these spots here have already had 1 to 3 inches of rain, with another 1 to 3 inches of rain. Like, that's crazy. You can kind of see where all of these flash flood warnings are currently located, and how much rain has fallen again in 24 hours. Probably underdone in a lot of spots here, if I had to guess. Sometimes radar indicated rainfall rates can be underdone by quite a bit. So
yeah, and I'm continuing to watch down south, Michael, and I still feel that there is probably a tornado on the ground in Clark County. I think it's probably or just on the border of Clark and Floyd County, just south of I-265. So kind of starting to move from New Albany to Clarksville. And eventually it's going to pass over Interstate 65. So Lewis and Clark Parkway there and Veterans Parkway in Clark County, Indiana, you're going to be under the gun next.
Yeah, that tornado is going to be right in here probably. and it's just so interesting how broad it is.
But it's still showing up on the reflectivity. Let's see, or on the correlation coefficient.
Yeah, it is. There's the newest one right there.
So, new scan. I'd like to see the next correlation scan come in.
Mm-hmm. Just for those of you guys that have been watching down in this area, we've kind of seen a history here of this indicating off and on suggestions of a tornado there. New tornado warning for Louisville Metro area was just issued. There it is right there. So almost all of Louisville basically in that tornado warning now. Radar indicated. Southern Harrison County, South Central Floyd County, and then southeastern Meade County, western Jefferson County, northern Bullitt County, north central Hardin County, and central Kentucky until 12:30. 11:57. This thunderstorm was moving east at 70 miles per hour. Gosh, just absolutely ripping there. In fact, real quick, I'm going to go and time that out. If we're going to take that to 70 miles per hour, that'll be racing 1.1 million people in the path of that tornado warning. To the south, Hebron Estates 1220, Poplar Hills 1222, Louisville 1224. 1224 ETA there in Louisville, the south side. Brownsburg Village, Bellwood, Morton Estates 1226. Trying to get us out to Jeffersontown here. 1228 in Jeffersontown. So you can, again, just see this thing racing east here across the Louisville metro area here over the next 30 minutes.
The latest, I think that it's maybe beginning to get a little wrapped up with some of the latest scans that have come in.
Seems like it. They dropped the tornado warning too.
Which doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite ready for that yet.
I mean, it's still a gnarly looking.
Gosh, look at that right there.
I personally think that if you were, Watson, yeah, I mean, look at that. It's going to cross the river kind of just south of Prather and Charlestown there to the north.
Yeah.
There it is. I don't. That should have never been left. That should have never been dropped. I don't understand that.
Yeah. It's not observed, but it is new. It's going to go for the next 29 minutes. That one's going to be southeastern Jefferson. No, hang on.
Clark.
Right?
It's going to be eastern Floyd, southern Clark County, and then it's going to be northeastern Jefferson County in Kentucky. And then what's that next one over? Northwestern Henry County, Trimble County, central Oldham County. It's hitting like 6 different counties.
Whew, crap. Look at the latest scan. Holy crap.
Yeah, I think that the
gate to gate shear here on that thing is 70.
The correlation signal, I think, is maybe starting to come back a little bit too. Definitely some very strong rotation still in this. It's had a long tracked history of strong rotation.
Yeah, it sure has. Charlestown, Owen, Skylight, running all across the river here. Shelter, need to be out in shelter right now. Sellersburg, hopefully you're in shelter already. That tornado warning still going on down there, obviously, for Louisville Metro. Luckily, I'm not seeing. Well, I don't know, Brett. What do you think? What do you make of this right here? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's just a void.
The dome there is too close.
That may just be a void in precipitation and radar feedback there.
You guys see this right here where there's nothing. This right here. Just this is what you call the cone of silence. This is the radar dome can't see it because it's right over the top of it. It can't scan above. Just so that's why that happens. Sometimes we get obstructed views there.
Yeah, continuing to. I wish this wasn't so close to the radar. It'd be easier to track for sure. But still a hook, still a good, just southeast of Sellersburg there, still a really nasty kind of hook. But still haven't seen any official reports, which is good. I'm surprised based off of everything that I feel like we've been looking at, and the structure of this. And then that storm heading towards Jefferson County in Louisville is starting to look pretty nasty too.
Yeah, it's
out towards Brandenburg. Yeah.
One's going right for the radar dome. Couple of notches there. You can see. Gosh, look at that one. Both of them are looking really good. You can see the notch right there, and the notch in on these, right where those would be located.
Yeah, these went from 0 to 100 real quick.
They sure did.
Let's see if there's any reports or anything. Everything else to the north is looking okay. I'm checking in on that cell in eastern Indiana, south of Richmond. That one is looking okay at this point. It's moving east. I think last time we said this, it didn't work. But I think that once this wave gets past Louisville, for Indiana at least, we should be okay.
Yep. Okay.
Because that's about to cross the river. Here's man, Michael. I mean,
Yeah. The outflow on top and inflow in the middle, and then the sandwich there is just so interesting.
I don't ever really recall seeing anything quite like it, but
it's very strange looking. But you can see the clear and obvious tightening there now. That Harmony Landing, you're probably dealing with potentially a tornado there at the moment. Sirens in Batesville. Where is Batesville at?
That's it.
Seymour just lost power. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but I'm wondering if kind of following this roughly. Get the drawing tool. Looks like kind of this area. If we follow the lower correlation values, potentially some debris, you can kind of see it move west to east. Just south of Charlestown. If you're on the if you're east of State Road, south and east of State Road 62, kind of the southern portion of Charlestown into River Ridge area, crossing over into the suburbs of Louisville here in northern. Let's see, actually, this is out of Jefferson County. This is the far northeast corner of Jefferson County in Louisville. Could potentially be some kind of a tornado on the ground.
Brett, that signal there east of Batesville.
Remind me again, where's Batesville?
Yeah, it's just east of Greensburg. It's just definitely right now a very strong signal for wind.
I'm going to change to the Cincinnati radar here. Yeah.
It looks a little different on kind.
It's kind of in that radar.
Yeah, it is. It's elevated for sure.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that there's a tornado there, but
No.
There is some rotation. Just looking at clarity. Yeah. Very strong winds. Severe warning up here. Back down here to Louisville. This is looking bad, Michael. It's going right over the radar.
Yep.
So yeah, Valley Station, Shively, Jeffersontown. This is looking rough right here.
Yeah, and it's interesting that it looks that organized, that close to the radar dome. It's maybe a pretty strong looking storm. I mean, moving into Louisville, I think it's probably going to get there by about 12:25 on the south side of Louisville there. So you're out ahead of that, guys, as it's moving in. Make sure you're in shelter. That one up north there is north of it there, just is that
starting to,
I don't know, the reflectivity shows the inflow notch still pretty good, but the velocity scan to the east isn't as organized.
Maybe it's starting to disorganize.
Mm-hmm.
Not seeing a whole lot here anymore. I think some of that's just scatter spike. It seems like the reflectivity values are weakening too, a little bit.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's starting to weaken and wrap up, I think.
It seems like it might be kind of getting towards more of an outflow dominant view there.
Yeah, I think that one is probably winding down, and then this will be the last
one south of Louisville
to watch. That's not a really great signal, though. So,
well, guys, just to recap tonight in Indiana, 165,000 are without power right now, and we're kind of not entirely sure exactly what all these storms have done. We haven't seen a lot of photos or videos. Gosh, but I will tell you that'll probably going to do it for us right now. We've been on now for about 5 hours. 5 hours.
We extended it by an hour.
Yep, we did. We sure did when we saw that signal there. Real quick, guys, I just want to encourage you that for those of you that are watching, we do have a trial period out for clarity right now. You can go and check it out, bamwx.com. Hit the get instant access, start free trial. You can trial our entire platform for free right now. Everything that we do, this is all stuff we do for free to add value, to help people. But this is where our stuff really pours through here to help keep you all safe and informed. So if you're watching, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Like, follow, subscribe, share, whatever you want to do there. We appreciate you and hope that you all have stayed safe. Brett, incredible work, and thanks everybody for tuning in this evening.
Thank you, Michael, for taking time out of your vacation, and enjoy the rest of it. We may or may not be back in the next couple of days for more severe weather and flooding. I'm sure you all are getting tired of it.
Sorry.
I am.
I'm tired
too. Last thing I'll say, that warning in Louisville, just continue to take shelter there, Louisville Metro area. It's maybe starting to show some signs of weakening. But other than that, I think flooding, that's going to be the next big story the next couple of days. But appreciate all of you for all the support and for tuning in. Couldn't have done it without everybody, 18, 20 plus thousand of you tuning in, record. So super cool. Thanks to the 811 dig campaign for sponsoring that safe initiative. That's all that I have. Thank you.